Good morning. Ooh, I'm a little groggy. I kinda sorta got my voice back, but it's a little bit squeaky. Um, so this will be the only stream this week. I will be on vacation starting this afternoon, just for 5, 6 days. Not too bad. But I need a little good R&R outside of town. It'd be nice to kind of get out and get away for a little bit. Ugh, still coughing. Hey, Pika. Hope you're doing well, girl.
황혼의 유령.
Goodness. How you doing, hun? Staying cool, I hope. Multitasking. How are things looking over there? I guess that works. I need to eat me some breakfast. You got some jokes, Gold. How you doing today, sweetie? I got lucky with maybe little over 5 hours of sleep. I am so tired. Made 4 bracelets. We'll finish them tomorrow. That's good.
차라리 피를 마시고 싶어하는 미치광이 살인자 인격이 제 안에 숨어 있다는 게 더 설득력 있을 겁니다.
So here we are again with 3 vampires, same room as us, who all in effect want our blood. Apparently our blood is aphrodisiac to them compared to other people they've drank before. How they're avoiding temptation now, I don't know. But where we left off in the story, we had just broken into jail and brought Aaron. We snuck Aaron out of the jail. He seems to think that he murdered all those women. So he went to jail and basically confessed that he was the killer, which we know he wasn't the killer because he's got an alibi with us for the last murder. He was with us at the time the last person got murdered, so he ain't the killer. He thinks he is. And he just awakened as a vampire, which I have questions because who's his sire? Who got to him first? And how was he a vampire all this time? Plus, it's getting closer to the full moon. The alternative ending was that numbed. So we were trying to do it civilly, but then he got hungry and numbed on us instead and killed us. So Aaron is a bit confused because he's not sure like vampires really exist. Is he really a vampire? So we have 3 different versions of vampires here. We have a master vampire, Charlie. We have a Dhampir, Harvey, because he's half human, half vampire. And then we have Aaron, who just so happened to awaken as a vampire. So all 3 of them are different.
그러고 보니 아가씨가 반년 전 제 통제를 벗어난 쥐새끼에게 잠시 습격을 당한 적이 있었죠.
So now Charlie is giving us some new information. He says about a half a year ago, we were attacked by a pest that momentarily escaped his grasp. Charlie, what are you talking about?
벌써 잊어버리셨나요?
Forgotten it already? Apparently we have. I'll take all 3 of them too. Felix can stay out of it because he's a killer. I do remember it vaguely. I had a cold and my mind was foggy. I was being chased in the alleyway and I had to run. When I thought it was the end for me, you arrived and saved me.
사실은 당신을 공격하려던 놈을 막아서 지켜주다가 큰 부상을 입고 반쯤 죽어가던 남자가 아가씨 곁에 있었어요.
Well, Charlie just answered my question. There was a man who was severely injured and close to death after trying to protect you from the attackers. That would have been Aaron, I'm going to assume.
내내 아가씨를 보호하고 있었는데 상태가 좋지 않았고 충격이 컸다 보니 잊어버리신 모양이더군요.
It was protecting you the whole time, but it seemed like you had forgotten it since you were ill and it was quite a shocking event. Oh, is that so?
그때 아가씨를 구해줬던 보답으로 그 남자에게 제 피를 마시게 했던 기억이 나네요.
Charlie is his sire. He sired both of these two. Well, that answers my question. So it took him half a year to wake up as vampires. That means he's a Dhampir like Harvey? Is he still mostly human? I remember letting that man drink my blood as payment for saving you. What?
저 형사를 볼 때마다 낯익은 얼굴이라 대체 어디서 봤을지 내내 궁금했는데 드디어 답을 찾았습니다.
Every time I saw that detective, I thought he looked familiar. I was wondering where I saw him before, and now I know. He just gives his blood to strays? Just random people? He's like, here, I will give you my blood. Really? Really, Charlie? Just willy-nilly just gives his blood out randomly to people. And then doesn't remember who he gives his blood to. Charlie smiled wildly and the rest of us were appalled. Wait, then.
역시 찰리 당신이 아론을 뱀파이어로 만들었던 거군요.
You're a little slow on the uptake there, Harvey. You were the one who made Aaron a vampire.
또 당사자의 허락도 받지 않고 함부로.
Again, without their consent.
그게 무슨 말이죠?
What does that mean?
이 사람의 피를 마시면 문제가 되는 겁니까? 혹시 제가 그래서 살인마가 됐다는 건가요?
What happens when one drinks this man's blood? Is that how I became a serial killer?
이 남자는 뱀파이어의 시초 같은 존재입니다.
This man is, in the easiest terms, the original vampire.
언제부터 이 세상에 있었는지는 모르겠지만 그야말로 영원의 시간을 살아가면서 끝없이 인간의 피를 탐하는 저주받은 종족이죠.
It's unknown how long they've existed in this world, but they are a cursed species that have to endure an eternity while craving the blood of humans.
그의 피를 마시면 평범한 사람이 뱀파이어가 될 수 있는데 아마 당신도 그중 하나인 것 같네요.
ordinary humans can also become vampires if they drink his blood, and it seems like you were one of them.
나 역시도 그렇고요.
I was one as well. Okay, so they're both damn fears.
다소 거슬리는 단어가 포함되어 있긴 하지만 얼추 사실이니 넘어가 드리죠.
These are some words I find offensive, but I'll overlook it since it's mostly true.
그럼 당신 때문에 제가 이렇게 되었다는 얘기입니까?
Then am I like this because of you?
이런 사람의 피를 탐하는 끔찍한 존재로
Am this human blood craving monster because of... Aaron was ready to jump towards Charlie, but Charlie took a step back.
하지만 제 덕분에 살았잖아요.
Survived thanks to me.
그때 일이 기억도 안 날 정도로 빈사 상태였던 모양인데 당신은 제게 구걸하고 있었어요.
Okay, Charlie likes begging. Understood. Pika, we gotta get good at begging. I guess you were in such a bad state that you don't even remember how much you were begging.
살려달라고, 도와달라고 말이죠.
I can see him begging. 도와주세요. 도와주세요, Charlie. You were begging me to help you, to save you.
전 그 부탁을 들어준 것뿐이니 당신은 오히려 감사해야 할 텐데요.
Well, hey there, Wolf. You heard me. I merely did what you asked. You should be grateful.
뭐라고?
What? Wait, stop. It was sure to develop into a fight, so I frantically ran between them. Yes. She runs in between two vampires about to duke it out with each other. This is not going to go well. How you doing today, sweetie? Stop sticking and melting in the package. Oh. Charlie, Harvey, could you please leave the room for now? Girl, you stupid. Keep all three of them in here. Have some fun. I would like to talk to Aaron alone.
아가씨가 원하신다면
If that is your wish. I wish.
혼자서 괜찮겠어요?
괜찮아. Are you gonna be okay alone?
걱정은 하지 않으셔도 됩니다.
You needn't worry about her ladyship.
만에 하나 그가 아가씨를 건드린다면 제가 곧바로 찢어버릴 테니.
A beautiful covered threat. If he were to even lay even the tip of his fingers on her, I'd shred him to pieces.
그런 걱정을 하는 게 아니지만
That's not what I'm worried about.
아가씨, 내 도움이 필요하면 불러요.
Anyway, let me know if you need help. I will. Thank you. After the two left, it was only Aaron and me in the silent room. It was only Aaron and I. Aaron? I took a step forward and a stern voice came from his lowered head.
가까이 오지 마십시오.
Don't come closer. Why?
지금은 위험합니다.
Not safe right now?
당신도 이 방을 나가시는 편이 좋을 겁니다.
Also leave the room? With that, I understood what kind of state Aaron was in. If that's the case, I'm not scared. You're thirsty, aren't you? She's so nonchalant about this. She's like, here, my blood. See? I have a feeling one of them is going to lead us to die. I carefully reached out to Aaron and lifted his face.
이러지 마십시오.
Don't do this.
당신의 그 시선으로 내 추악한 눈을 바라보는 건 그만하세요.
Stop looking at my hideous eyes with your gaze.
전 이미
I'm already... It's okay, you can drink. I made a small nick on my palm with the dagger I always carried around. Oh, so he's drinking it from her hand. How lame. Blood began forming in my hand and Aaron twitched. You don't have to be too hard on yourself. This is quite normal since I've lived my entire life with a vampire by my side. As I moved my hand closer to Aaron's face, a drop of blood was about to fall from my hand, and Aaron quickly licked it before it could. Ooh. However, it would seem like it was driven by his thirst rather than his own will.
미안합니다. 이럴 생각이
Just suck it, Aaron. It's really fine. Don't feel so guilty about it. This is nothing to me. See? I'm still chatting with you.
당신은 이런 일을 계속
He's probably going to think of us a dirty hoe. Because we've been doing this for Charlie for so long. He paused in the middle of his sentences as if he was trying hard to stop his impulse to consume blood.
난 살인마인데
I'm a killer, but...
당신의 피를 내가 어떻게 아니
How can I? Your blood, it's... We could talk about that later, when you get a better understanding of things. He licked the blood on my palm as if his last shred of rationality dissipated. And that seemed to have released his inhibitions, started gulping the blood that was coursing through my veins. The slight tickling sensation was too much, and I let out a quiet moan. Oh my. He froze up all of a sudden, backing away from me. I knew it wasn't going to be easy for him to accept that he was a vampire, but there was a story I needed to tell him. I know you still need some time, but I hope you don't blame yourself. The impulse that vampires feel is similar to the hunger of humans. If an overwhelming amount of pain strikes you, it makes you want to survive in whatever way possible. If that is something you cannot accept, I'll keep this to myself. I won't tell anyone. We'll think about it later after getting some rest. You need it. I didn't approach Aaron any closer. I finished what I had to say and got up.
어떻게 절 아무렇지 않게 대할 수 있는 겁니까?
How are you treating me so normally?
나조차도 지금 나 자신이 섬뜩하고 두려운데.
Even I'm scared and creeped out about myself. You didn't need to overcomplicate things in your mind. First, get some rest. I spoke calmly and Aaron sighed again.
처음 만났을 때부터 그랬지만
I realized this from the first day we met, but
당신은 정말 이상한 사람입니다.
you are a truly eccentric individual. I hear that quite often, actually. Aaron sounded more cool-headed now, so I quietly left the guest room. It was a clear morning with the sun shining through the windows, and I had a gut feeling that something was about to change drastically. Well, at least we didn't die. Chapter Charlie? This is new. It's not numbered. A few guesses, y'all. What do you think's gonna happen? You think fun time? Sexy time? Hey, Mary Faye. How you doing, girl? Ooh, that tasted strange. I think we might have accidentally hit Aaron's love chapter. Not the best. I'm sorry, hun. I did read what you posted earlier. The rumor that a possible serial killer had escaped the holding cell rapidly spread through the entirety of London. Furthermore, the story of how the young lady of the Linders caused a scene at the police station spread with it, so I had to lay low for a while. Aaron was, in his own way, getting used to the fact that he had become a vampire, and Harvey was getting his much needed rest to recover.
아가씨. 아가씨.
Sunlight peeking through the thin curtains, the soft, comfortable sheets, and the sound of birds gleefully singing. It had been gloomy from the cloudy weather for a while, so I was happy with the fresh morning air. However, even on days like these, there is someone who disturbs my slumber.
예정된 시간에서 벌써 3시간이나 지났습니다.
Hours have passed from the time you were planning to leave. Ooh, we late. The strictly punctual butler of the Linder estate always disapproved of me sleeping in like this. Wait, but 3 hours?
아가씨.
For a moment, I thought perhaps I heard it wrong, and then I instantly opened my eyes. Did you just say 3 hours? Before me was Charlie. It was making the sweetest smile. Behind him, the clock on the wall was indeed pointing to the time 3 hours later than the plan.
네. 3시간이라고 했습니다.
3 hours.
직접 시계를 보셨으니 시각을 확인하셨겠네요.
Just check the clock. You should be aware of the time. Wait, this is a little unfair. Why didn't you wake me earlier?
아가씨가 굉장히 행복한 표정으로 주무시기에 아까워서요.
This little bitch. He watched us sleep. You were sleeping with such a jubilant expression. I didn't want to ruin it.
내내 얼굴을 관찰하고 있었는데 벌써 시간이 이렇게나 흘러버렸네요.
Point proven, see? I was observing your face the whole time and didn't realize it was already this late. This bitch. Charlie smiled, his silver tongue making me swoon first thing in the morning. I could feel myself blushing, so I looked away in an attempt to hide it. I know I'm irresistible, but still.
스스로를 잘 알고 계시니 제가 더 이상 할 말이 없군요.
This bitch. Just pull him into bed with you already, girl. His fate's already sealed. Since you are so self-aware, I have nothing much to add.
그나마 3시간도 짧은 편이었는데 오늘은 시찰하러 가는 날이라 어쩔 수 없이 깨운 겁니다.
3 hours didn't feel enough, but you're supposed to oversee the town, so I had to wake you. I have to go out today.
오늘도 안 와서 이렇게 드릴까요?
Would you like me to help you up?
원하신다면 목욕도 도와드리고 옷도 갈아입히고 머리도 빗겨드릴 수 있고
I can help bathe you, change you, brush your hair. No, I'm fine. Girl, why would you say no? I'm getting up.
저런 혼자서 다 하실 정도로 아가씨가 벌써 다 큰 건가요?
Oh, his sarcasm. Pika, does he deserve a spanking? Oh dear, I guess our ladyship has already grown up to be an independent young woman.
정말 아쉽네요.
What a shame. This bitch. I hurried out of bed, worried that Charlie might hold me up like a child. Normally, I would respond in a jokingly manner. However, he sounded oddly serious today. Why is he acting so sweet all of a sudden? I wasn't sure if I was surprised or if I was expecting something, but my heart was pounding and I was trying my best to calm it down. I walked toward the bathtub where the warm water should have been prepared. I finished getting ready and was about to leave the mansion when I ran into Aaron, who was leaving his room.
어디 가십니까?
Where are you headed? I'm supposed to oversee the town today. He looked in better health than the first day he stayed at the mansion. I guess it's probably because he realized the fact.
그런데 제가 궁금한 게 하나 있습니다만
All three of them are meeting. There's one thing I wanted to ask you.
당신은 메리 체프먼의 피를 마시던 기억이 나서 그녀를 죽였다고 생각하고 있는 모양인데
It seems like you're assuming that you killed Mary Chapman because you remembered drinking her blood.
애당초 그들의 사이는 다수의 자상에 의한 과다출혈 아니던가요?
However, didn't she die of excessive bleeding from multiple stab wounds?
담당 형사였으니 그들의 해부 자료 또한 받아서 봤을 것 같은데요.
Since you were the detective in charge, I'm sure you received the coroner's report.
과다출혈이라고 되어 있었지만 장담은 할 수 없는 겁니다.
It said excessive bleeding, but there's no guarantee.
피를 흘렸지만 숨이 붙어 있었을 때 제가 그녀를 제때 구하지 못했기에 그렇게 됐을지도 모르는 일이니까요.
She did bleed out, perhaps that happened because I couldn't save her in time while she was alive.
그럼 그 시체나 현장의 피를 전부 마신 건가요? 기억은 나나요?
Then did you drink all the blood from the body or from the scene? Do you remember that?
그건 아닌 듯 했습니다. 현장에는 과다출혈이라고 설명이 될 만큼 다량의 피가 남아 있었으니까요.
I don't think I did. There was plenty of blood left on the scene, which made sense for the death from excessive bleeding.
하지만 제가 마신 건 맞습니다.
However, I do know I drank it.
세 번째 사건이 일어났을 때 저는 그 근처에 있었고 우연히 현장을 발견했습니다.
At the time of the third murder, I was in that area and I randomly came across the crime scene.
그때까지만 해도 정신은 멀쩡했고 서해 남은 동료에게 연락하려고 했지만 어느 순간부터 기억이 사라졌고요.
I was of sane mind up until then, and I was trying to contact one of my colleagues at the station, but I don't recall anything beyond that.
그 시점에는 본인이 아직 뱀파이어라는 사실을 자각하지 못했던 거네요.
So you weren't aware that you were a vampire at that point in time?
그렇습니다.
Correct.
하지만 네 번째 사건 때 그날의 기억이 되살아났고 그 여자의 피를 마셨던 것이 떠올랐습니다.
However, on the day of the fourth murder, the memories came flooding back, and I could remember drinking that woman's blood.
그 쓰고도 떫은 맛이 아직도 생생한데
That bitter, pungent taste is still vivid.
잠깐, 뭐라고요?
Wait, pardon? Harvey quickly interjected, and Charlie spoke up with a curious expression.
제대로 된 피를 마신 게 아니군요.
You didn't drink proper blood.
당신이 뱀파이어라면 살아있는 인간의 피가 그 어떤 음식보다 맛있었을 텐데요.
If you are a vampire, the blood of a living human should be more delicious than anything.
썩 맛이 없었다는 건 이미 심장에서 피가 나온 지 시간이 좀 지나서 신선도가 떨어진 거네요.
The unsatisfactory taste means that it wasn't fresh, that it had been quite a while since it left the heart.
아, 물론 신선도가 살짝 떨어진다고 맛이 크게 변하는 건 아닙니다.
Of course, it doesn't mean the flavor changes drastically just because it's a little less fresh.
다만 그렇게나 쓰고 떫었던 건 메리가 숨을 거둘 때의 상황이 썩 좋지 않았다는 것일 테죠. 불쌍하게도.
However, if it was that bitter and pungent, that must mean the situation was quite traumatic when Mary met her demise. How tragic. What are you talking about? I couldn't understand the flow of the conversation, and Charlie answered with a mysterious grin on his face. As always, it's mysterious.
제가 아가씨의 피를 마실 때 아가씨는 기분이 어떻죠?
Fantastic, orgasmic. What are the other synonyms for that? Euphoric? Yeah. Those are the proper words. How I feel, Charlie. Why would you ask such a thing?
말 안 해도 알고 있습니다. 아픈 건 둘째치고 행복하고 때로는 즐겁고 짜릿하죠.
I don't even need an answer, to be honest. The pain is secondary to the joy and excitement, is it not? Well, you could say that.
뱀파이어가 피를 마시는 상대에게 쾌락을 느끼게 해주는 건 그래서인 겁니다.
That's why a vampire tries to pleasure the human, wink wink, before they drink their blood.
그 사람이 행복하지 않으면 최상급의 피를 마실 수 없거든요.
You cannot taste the best quality blood unless the human is elated. Is that so?
그런 겁니다.
That is so.
아무튼 그렇다는 건 아론이 피를 마실 시점에 메리는 이미 죽어 있었을 가능성이 크겠네요.
That must mean that there's a high chance that Mary was already dead when Aaron drank her blood.
게다가 나도 자상으로 인한 과다출혈이 그녀에게 더 크게 작용했을 거라고 봐요.
And I also think the excessive bleeding from the stabbing was her main cause of death.
그리고 아론은 세 번째 사건에 대해서만 기억이 있을 뿐이지 그 전의 사건들과는 아직까지 이런 연관성이 없잖아요.
Moreover, Aaron, you only have memories about the third case and you have no connection to the previous ones.
백보양보해서 정말로 당신이 메리의 피를 마셨을 수는 있어도 진범은 따로 있다고 생각해요.
So even if you did drink Mary's blood, I think the real culprit is still out there.
정말로 그럴까요?
Are you sure? I am. That's why I brought you here.
그렇다면 이제 다음 플랜은 정해졌군요.
And it seems our next plan is decided. Charlie, with his signature relaxed smile, continued.
진범을 찾아야겠죠?
We have to find the real culprit. Of course we do. The three of us, including myself, we were in agreement in this sentiment. However, we've made no progress so far. Hence, I understood why Aaron was feeling a bit antsy, tired of waiting. As long as the real culprit is out there, that person could very well be walking the streets of London among the innocents. I'll go see how the general atmosphere is on top of chatting with some people. I know you're tired of staying indoors, but please endure it for a few more days.
강제로 여기 데려다 놓은 건 당신이면서 절 두고 나가려는 겁니까?
You brought me here by force, and now you're going to leave without me? I mean, if you put it like that, I don't know what to say. It was obvious that he wanted to come out with me, but with the given circumstances, he didn't push the subject.
한번 해본 말입니다.
Ignore me.
무사히 잘 다녀오시게.
Have a safe trip. I'm sorry, I'll be back soon.
사과는 하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 어쩔 수 없다는 것 정도는 저도 알고 있으니.
No need to apologize. I know it can't be helped.
아니면 사람들이 거의 다니지 않는 밤에라도 잠깐.
But maybe when it's late at night, I could. At night?
아가씨, 가실까요?
Shall
시간이
we?
늦었습니다.
It's getting late. Smoothly cutting into our conversation, Charlie gracefully held his hand out. I held his hand and nodded, almost in an automated response kind of way. Ah, right, okay. Leaving the disappointed Aaron behind, I stepped outside with Charlie. I crossed the garden and was about to step out of the gates when I ran into Harvey, who was standing nearby.
아가씨, 어디 가려는 길인가요?
Where are you headed? Ah, you're outside as well, Harvey. I'm supposed to oversee the town today.
그럼 같이 갈래요? 나도 마침 대학에 가야 할 일이 있어서요.
Everybody wants a piece of. Sheesh. Am I really that irresistible? Or was Charlie slightly exaggerating? Just to try to prove a point. Would you like to walk with me? I have business to take care of at the college. Oh, is that so? Do you feel okay to move around now?
언제까지고 누워 있을 수만은 없죠. 그리고 저 늙은이 옆에 있어서인지 많이 회복되기도 했어요.
He called him an old geezer. Well, I can't stay in bed forever, and I've recovered a lot just by being near that old geezer.
제 도움을 받은 것 치고는 상당히 예의가 없는 호칭입니다만.
That sounds quite rude considering the help you got from me.
최근 강의를 많이 쉬었더니 계속해서 학교 측으로 문의가 오고 있는 모양이에요.
I've canceled a lot of lectures, and the students have been inquiring the college about it.
아무래도 사회 이론으로서 제가 맡은 도리는 다 해야겠죠.
I guess I have to do my part as a member of society. It makes sense. You were a great educator, Harvey. I've never attended school, but I've gone through a lot of tutors and was educated on many different subjects. However, your lecture was the most interesting psychology lecture I've taken, and it was highly informative as well. May I attend another one of your lectures in the future?
언제든지요.
Ooh, he changed his stance on us. He's like, no, never. You're not a student. You don't belong here. A person of your stature doesn't belong here. And now he's like, oh, 그럼. Okay, whatever. Anytime. A whole 180 flip he did with his personality. That's called character development, ladies and gentlemen. He changed.
그때 말했잖아요. 배움을 원하는 자는 환영이라고요.
You didn't say that last time, buddy. Not before he drank our blood. Like I said, I welcome anyone who wants to learn.
아, 괜찮으면 잠시만 기다려줄래요? 학교에 가져갈 자료를 방에 깜빡하고 놔두고 왔네요.
Will you wait a moment before you leave? I left the papers I need to take to my room.
아가씨, 시간이 지체되고 있습니다.
Charlie is insistent. We are quite short on time.
저자는 그냥 내버려두고 슬슬 길을 재촉하시는 게 어떤가요?
How about we leave him and make our way into the town? Oh no.
정말 잠깐이면 돼요.
It won't take long. Harvey said it wouldn't take long, and I had no particular reason to leave him behind. I wonder, how angsty is Charlie gonna get since we answered this way? It's alright, I'll wait here.
고마워요.
Thank you.
아가씨, 지금 제 말은 깨끗하게 무시하신 건가요?
What are you gonna do, Charlie? You gonna punish us? Did you just completely disregard my statement, my lady? No, but he says he won't take long. That won't make a big difference in my outing.
굳이 저자와 같이 가야 한다는 게 마음에 들지 않는군요.
I am not delighted to have to accompany him. Charlie seemed discontent, but he soon looked away, knowing there was no helping it. Harvey came back out of the mansion, and we all made our way to Laker Street. Laker Street was busy as always, and I made light conversation with the people around me as I looked around the area. I assume you're out to oversee the town today? Yes, good afternoon. How are things these days? Same old, I'm getting by. Contact the lenders if you ever need any help, okay? Of course, we're always grateful for your generosity. Welcome, we just got some high quality fabric. Would you like to take a look at it? Perhaps another time. I appreciate the offer though.
아, 아가씨. 잠깐 시간 괜찮으신가요?
Now we got another voice called Mason. Are you busy?
저번에 부탁하셨던 기펜이 드디어 얼마 전에 도착했거든요.
The quill you requested arrived not too long ago. Ah, Mason. Yes, could I take a look at it now? I was looking at a famous artisan's quill, which I had acquired from an elderly trader when...
아이, 그나저나 결혼 소식은 언제쯤 들려주시는 거지요?
That question always pops up with the elders. When are you getting married? When are you gonna have kids?
다들 레이커가에서 축제가 열리기만을 손꼽아 기다리고 있는데
Everyone is waiting for the festivities to start at Laker Street. Get wed.
이젠 나이가 꽉 차지 않았습니까? 아버님도 걱정이 많으실 텐데요.
You're of age now, my lady. Isn't your father worried about it too? He was a well-established merchant in the area who also had connections with the current earl, which led him to occasionally ask very direct questions. I'm not sure. It's so difficult to talk about this subject.
이 신랑으로는 찰리도 괜찮지 않나요?
The fact that he just immediately offered Charlie to be married to us. He's got a good eye. Isn't Charlie a good candidate for your groom? Charlie.
귀족 출신은 아니지만 오랫동안 린델가를 섬기지 않았습니까?
Notice the age difference, Mason. Even if, despite him being a vampire, being a couple thousand years old, he's been with the family for a long time. He practically raised us. See where I'm getting at? He's not from a noble house, but he's been with the Linders for quite a while now, hasn't he?
백장님도 그를 꽤 마음에 들어하신다는 소문이고요.
Seems like the Earl quite likes him as well. Getting married to Charlie? We've practically been partners all this time. Perhaps the actual thing might not be so bad. Since Charlie knew everything about my personality, my habits, and more, marrying him didn't sound like a bad idea. Yes, but do you love him, girl? You shouldn't just marry just to say, oh yeah, I want to get married. I had this conversation with a friend before. He only knew his girlfriend for 3 months and he wanted to marry her. I asked him this very important question. Do you love her? He said, I don't know. And I said, then why bring up marriage if you don't even know if you love her? That was 7 years ago I asked that question. He didn't marry. I told him, don't get married for the sake of marriage or the convenience of getting married. Marry because you love her and you can't see your life without her. Thankfully, he took my advice to heart. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I met my Taekwondo teacher. He was a year younger than me, and we had this kind of conversation. Not to mention, I also thought I knew enough about him. We might be able to live together in harmony until the day I die. That sounds nice. If I do get married, I'll invite everyone to the wedding. Should all enjoy a glass of wine there.
소식 기대하지요.
I look forward to the day. I paid for the quill and left the store to see Charlie standing outside, looking satisfied. I don't think satisfaction is what's on his face. I think it's a grin of acknowledgement. I think it's like smug, I think is the better word for this. Not satisfaction, but smug.
아, 저희 곧 결혼하는 거였나요?
See? I wasn't aware that we were getting married soon. Ass. No, not actually. I was just making conversation. He kept on, excited, completely ignoring my reply.
일정을 잡아놓아야겠네요.
I should decide on a date.
갑작스럽게 듣게 된지라 하나도 준비가 되어 있지 않지만 어떻게든 되겠죠.
This bitch. I wasn't prepared since I just heard about the news, but I'll make it work one way or another.
할 일이 많아지겠군요.
What's he implying? Things are about to get quite busy. Quite busy how? You need to... What's the word I'm looking for? I need an explanation. I need you to expand on this. What do you mean by get quite busy?
지금의 린델 저택도 좋지만 이왕이면 신혼집이 따로 있으면 좋겠는데.
He just answered my question. I do like the Linder mansion as is, but it would be nice to have a separate honeymoon house. Bruh. Bruh. Just say you want a sex dungeon, Charlie. Jesus.
결혼식은 아가씨가 항상 말씀하시던 대로 언덕 위에 있는 하얀 벽들의 교회에서 할 수 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
I will try to arrange the ceremony in a white bricked chapel on top of a hill, just like you always talked about. Oh, he remembers the preference.
아, 결혼 반지도 필요하겠네요.
And we'll need rings.
역시 백 작가의 위상에 걸맞게 화려한 다이아몬드가 박힌 것이 좋겠죠?
You found the charm? You asking me to marry you, Pika? How charming of you. What I did there? An elaborate diamond ring would be fitting to your nobility, I assume. Charlie? This is getting very specific. I was trying to find the right time to interject when Charlie took my hand and kissed it.
제일 중요한 것을 잊을 뻔했군요.
Son of a bitch. What's he doing to bring us this close to his face? I want to bop him outside the back of the head. I almost forgot the most important part.
당신에게 프로포즈를 해야겠네요.
Proposal! Pika, I'm not ready for this. I should propose to you.
거기서부터 시작이겠죠?
That's where it all starts after all. We are flabbergasted. Our gasters have been flabbered. Did Charlie just call me by my name and not just my lady?
어떤 걸 먼저 해드릴까요?
What would you prefer first?
아가씨가 원하시는 걸 말해보세요.
You don't want to know my wildest dreams, Charlie. You were in it the other night. Uh-huh. I see you. Oh my god, it's cute. I want it. It's so cute. That's adorable. Let's see. What would I name him? I will name him Cthulhu Jr. Or maybe his nickname will be Ku for short, like C-U, Ku. Yeah, I'll name him Q until he gets bigger. And then he'll be Cthulhu Jr. That's cute. I like it. Adorable. I will call him George, and I will hug him and squeeze him and love him forever and ever. Y'all don't know, get that reference? You're too young. Get the fuck out of here. But I don't know how to say Sylvester George. I accidentally scratched a mosquito bite on my thigh. It won't stop bleeding. Outer thigh, of course, not inner. Outer. I just dabbed it enough to where it stopped bleeding now. Stopped. So, Charlie wants me to tell him my wildest dreams. He doesn't want to know. Are we really going to accept his proposal? Oh my god. Since he was being unexpectedly enthusiastic about it, I thought I might play along. After all, we were just fantasizing about things, and it wouldn't hurt to talk about what I wanted. Are you sure about that, girl? Are you sure that Charlie isn't actually serious? Or is actually serious this time? I like the idea of having a ceremony in a white bricked chapel, and I also like the wedding ring with the fancy diamond. Proposal? How about you write a letter containing your affection for me?
편지요?
A letter?
러브레터라니. 아가씨도 꽤 취향이 클래식하시군요.
A love letter. You have a taste for the classics. It's quite romantic, is it not? See? I have written a love letter before and it failed dramatically, but I have never received a love letter. The most romantic thing ever as a writer. But it is what it is. My choice in men back then, not so good.
제가 생각했던 것보다는 훨씬 소박하고 담백해서 놀랐습니다만 그게 아가씨가 원하시던 것이라면.
Wow, he just threw out the W word. Well, it's a lot more simple and wholesome than what I'd expected, but if that's your wish. He was thinking naughty thoughts.
전 뭐든 해줄 수 있어요.
The words I wish to hear. I will do anything for you. Never have I actually met anyone who ever actually meant that. And never went back on their word. Charlie called me by my name again, and I could feel my face about to burst from the intense heat. You can relate to that, right, Pika? Miss Cherry Tomato? Deep cough. Stop it. The only thing I could do in that situation was awkwardly avoid eye contact. I used to feel this kind of fluttering caused by Charlie from time to time, but it's become more frequent recently. Why? I tried to think back on how I came to react this way to him, but I wasn't sure at all. It's called falling in love without expecting it. Oh shit. Don't know what you're talking about. The lies, the deceit, the betrayal on this one. Shit, we're back at Felix's place. After doing a lap around Laker Street, we stopped by Amorous to take a break. The blueberry scone paired with the fragrant Earl Grey tea was fantastic, and each bite made me happier.
스콘은 좀 어때요? 맛있나요?
How's the scone? Do you like it? Yeah, I wish you could choke on it, Felix. Why'd you have to be such a hot killer? I'm so angry at him for attempting to kill Harvey the first time. Don't eat the pie? Yes, I will not eat the pie. Either I die or somebody who's with me dies. The pie is a lie. Just like the cake was a lie. Yes, I thought I might not get to enjoy tea time today, but luckily I came here at the right time.
아가씨라면 언제든지 환영이죠.
Yeah, because he wants to keep us forever and ever and ever. You're always welcome here. Felix, with a pleased smile, looked around the cafe for a moment and lowered his voice.
그런데 아가씨, 괜찮으세요?
But is everything all right? In what regards?
요 며칠 뒤숭숭했잖아요.
The atmosphere in the streets have become quite unsettling recently.
연쇄 살인 사건의 용의자라고 자수한 아론 베일리가 경찰서에서 탈옥했을 때 아가씨도 그 자리에 계셨다면서요.
You think me, little old moi, is capable of such a thing? I heard you were there when Aaron Bailey, the man who confessed to the serial murders, broke out.
큰 일은 없었어요?
Were you all right? Yes, I'm quite all right. A couple detectives from the station visited and asked me some questions, but nothing happened outside of that.
그렇군요. 아무쪼록 조심하세요.
You, Yoshime, I got my eye on you. I'm watching you. I see still. Please be careful.
사람을 몇 명이나 잔인하게 죽인 살인마가 레이커가를 아직 돌아다니고 있는 걸지도 모르잖아요.
He's right in front of me. The brutal killer of several people might still be out there roaming Laker Street. Yeah, I appreciate your concern. Felix was probably worried about me after hearing some rumors that were going around the cafe. However, it made me feel guilty as Felix didn't know the truth of the event. So I wanted to wrap up the story as soon as I could.
그나저나 다음 달 납품할 디저트 중에서요.
Anyway, about the desserts I'm planning to send to the mansion next month.
어서 오세요.
Hello, welcome. Hey Felix, the blueberry scones are available, right? I'll take 2, please.
네, 잠시만 기다려 주세요.
Of course. Just wait a moment. Felix started wrapping the scones behind the counter, and the woman noticed me and Charlie sitting on the table. Hello. Seems like you were taking a break here. Anyway, I heard the story. What story? Oh, Mason. You should die before the ceremony. I heard you were getting married to Charlie soon. Congratulations. We started a rumor. Huh? That would be my expression too. I'd be like, eh? I was tilting my head out of confusion when...
결혼한다고요?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Uh-oh. The killer is gonna go after Charlie now. Gonna kill Charlie. Uh-oh.
누가요?
Married? Who? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Felix, who was stepping out from behind the counter, dropped all the scones on the ground and was blankly staring at me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might be his next target. It's the whole if I can't have you, no one will mentality of the serial killer. Haven't you heard, Felix? Lady Crystal is getting married to Charlie. Mason was quite excited, saying how we'd be able to drink wine at the Linder estate soon. Yep, see, I told you. That old man can't keep his mouth shut. The rumors are already spreading. Well, it's not a confirmed thing. Out of habit, I was about to deny it, but I glanced over at Charlie. It would kill the fun if I were to deny it here. And if I told people I was planning to get married, no one would badger me about marriage for a while. Not a bad strategy, honestly. With that thought, I quickly changed my response to nodding and awkwardly confirmed the rumors. But that is the plan. Thank you for congratulating us. Felix, who was still standing still, barely opened his mouth to start muttering under his breath.
말도 안 돼.
Uh-oh. He's gonna go stabby stabby at us in public in broad daylight, isn't he? It can't be. Felix, I know this is very sudden, but
아가씨가 고작 집사랑 결혼하겠다고요?
what does his position have to do with anything? You're getting married to a mere butler? What do you do here, Mr. Wadsworth? I'm a butler, sir. What do butlers do? I buttle, sir. If y'all know where that line is from, what movie that's from, you're awesome.
고작이라니? 단어 선택이 좀 무례하십니다.
Mere butler. Those are rude choices of words.
제가 아가씨와 결혼하면 안 되는 이유는 뭐죠?
So pray tell, why shouldn't I get married to her ladyship?
어떻게 그런 어떻게
What do you mean, 어떻게? What do you mean? Why are you so far in denial, Felix? Is this because this ruins your perfect fantasy of you feeding me delicious foods without actually telling me how you feel about me, sir? I'm not a mind reader. Sometimes I wish I did, though. Felix? Actually, his shock seemed quite severe. Worried, I tried to talk to him, but
아니요, 아가씨. 지금은 아무 말도 듣고 싶지 않아요.
it's fine. I'd prefer not to hear anything right now.
제가 너무 지금 당황해서 괜찮으니까 걱정하지 마세요.
I think he's about to pounce Charlie. Leave that to me, Felix. Don't make me jealous of you now. I'm too flustered, but I'll be alright, don't worry.
저는 바람 좀 쐬고 올게요. 그게 좋겠어요.
I'm going to get some fresh air. Yes, that sounds good. Felix? Looking excessively confused, Felix left the store before I could stop him. That night, after returning home, I stepped onto the balcony after finishing some paperwork, only to find that someone was already out there. Ah, Aaron, I didn't know you were here.
마을엔 잘 다녀왔습니까?
How was your excursion to the town? It was decent. Fortunately, the rumors concerning you have died down quite a bit. Yeah, because we created another one. Although Felix still seemed to be very concerned.
그건 다행이네요.
And that's good to hear. I'm sorry, it must be frustrating to stay in all day.
아닙니다. 어차피 아무 준비 없이 나가고 싶다고 해서 나갔다가는 쉽게 발목을 잡혔을 겁니다.
It's okay. I would have been caught very quickly if I went out without any preparations. He closed the book he was reading and got up from the chair.
그래도 그렇게까지 지루하지는 않습니다.
Still, it hasn't been overly boring.
이곳에는 확실히 당신이 자랑했던 대로 제가 아직 읽어보지 못한 책이 많아서요.
He's like me, the love for the library of books. You have quite the collection, and there are plenty of books there that I haven't had a chance to read, like you mentioned. Right? Feeling proud, I smiled, and he chuckled softly. I wish there was something that could lift his spirits, even just a little. Oh, could you wait here for just a minute? Having come up with a good idea, I left the balcony and came back with a small gift.
이건 그때 마셨던 와인이군요.
This is the wine we drank that day. Correct. You haven't had proper food at the mansion ever since your awakening, have you?
먹어보려고 했지만 맛이 없었습니다. 정확하게는 전부 쓰고 떫고 괴상해서 먹을 수가 없었고요.
That is the one thing I would absolutely despise being a vampire. As a foodie, I would downright break down and cry not being able to eat all those delicious foods that I love. That would probably be one of the biggest sacrifices, other than giving off my humanity, giving away my humanity. My biggest regret in the decision of turning into a vampire would definitely be the fact that I wouldn't be able to enjoy the food. I tried, but it wasn't good. To be precise, all food tastes bitter, pungent, and strange. I couldn't eat it. Or pungent, I mean, not pungent. Pungent. Vampires can't taste most foods, but there is one thing they can enjoy. Can you guess what that is? I skillfully opened the bottle of wine with the opener while talking. It's this wine.
아,
Oh. I poured a glass of wine to Aaron, who awkwardly took the glass as I handed it to him, as he came to a realization.
그래서 그때 그렇게 와인이 맛있게 느껴졌던 거군요.
That's why the wine tasted so good back then. Right, so, let us cheers. You were human before, so being able to taste something must be very special to you now.
고맙습니다.
Thank you. Aaron and I looked each other in the eye, lightly clinked our glasses, and smiled. The next morning,
아가씨, 슬슬 일어나셔야죠.
I mean, I wouldn't mind waking up to that face every morning and every night. Just saying. If we were in fact to get married to Charlie. That's not a face I would mind seeing every morning. Time to wake up. Ugh, my head hurts. Just 5 more minutes.
어제도 와인을 꽤 들이부으시더군요. 자업자득일 텐데요.
You drank quite a bit late last night. You brought this on yourself. You're not wrong, but time flew by while talking to Aaron. I didn't know, but he can be quite fun. Apparently, he ran into a person who was running with a bloody knife on the streets, knocked him out, and arrested him only to find out that he was a robber and a murderer. So he was awarded with a Medal of Honor by the City of London. Isn't that ridiculous?
운이 나쁜 건지 좋은 건지 모르겠군요.
I'm not sure if I'd call that lucky or unlucky. Right? Anyway, that's why I ended up drinking a few bottles of wine and... I'm just gonna get more sleep.
아, 그래서 어젯밤 이제 막 눈을 뜬 새끼 뱀파이어와 그 비싼 와인을 까셨다고요?
Becky vampire. He just called him a baby. What? So that's why you opened the expensive bottle of wine and shared it with a baby vampire that just awakened. Oh my god. Huh? Was that expensive wine? I just took the first one I saw.
아가씨야말로 운이 참 좋으신 편인가 보네요.
I guess you're the lucky one then.
눈에 뵈는 걸 그대로 막 집어도 최상급의 물건을 가져가신다니 말이죠.
You grabbed the first bottle you saw and it was top quality wine. I guess so. No wonder it tasted really nice.
그렇겠죠. 축하할 날이 있을 때 아가씨와 마시려고
Oh
제가
no.
특별히 아껴둔 것이니까요.
I'm sorry, Charlie. Label it next time. Well, I did save it to drink with you for a special occasion, so of course it tasted great. Oh no. I was going to give a short answer and shove my head back into my pillow, but I could feel an ominous aura coming from Charlie standing behind me. As I was retracing his words, I realized I made quite a big mistake. I smiled awkwardly as I turned my head to face him. We're going to apologize. Well, I didn't know that, but still, Charlie, we can always drink the best wine together, just the two of us. We can and we will. So, even without a special occasion, why don't we drink together soon? Charlie quietly sighed and shook his head as he heard my sincere words of apology.
이러니까 제가 아가씨한테 엄하게 하지 못하는 겁니다.
That's why I can't be so harsh on you.
눈치가 빠르니 듣고 싶은 말을 먼저 해버리시니까요.
You're too smart and you know what others want to hear. I learned it from you, Charlie. He continued with a disgruntled expression.
이제어서 사과를 받아봤자 아무 의미 없겠죠.
I guess an apology now doesn't mean much.
그 와인은 이미 그 어린 놈의 목구멍으로 전부 넘어가 사라진 뒤니까요.
That wine is already gone, swallowed by that youngling's throat.
혈관을 잘라서 피를 짜낸다고 해도
Charlie!
와인은 어차피 다시 회수할 수 없을 테고요.
Really? About slicing his throat? Oh my goodness. I won't be able to get the wine back even if I were to cut his veins and squeeze all his blood out. Don't you think that's a bit too far? I was thinking of ways to make Charlie feel better when someone knocked on my bedroom door.
아가씨, 혹시 일어났나요?
It's Harvey. Harvey, what brings you here? I got up to open the door since he came all the way here, but Charlie grabbed my wrist and shook his head.
그 차림으로 외간 남자와 얼굴을 마주하시려는 건 아니겠죠?
Don't tell me you mean to greet another man in nothing but your nightwear. Huh? But he came all the way to my room.
그럴 수는 없습니다.
It doesn't matter. He forced me into bed, put the quilt over the top of my head, and opened the door. I can see that. Hold on. Shit, I don't have my quilt with me here.
아가씨는 아직 주무시는 중이니 돌아가시죠.
Her ladyship is still sleeping. You should leave.
그래요? 조금 전까지 말소리가 들리는 것 같았는데요.
Is that right? I thought I heard you two talking just now.
그건 당신의 착각이고 환청입니다.
You must have heard wrong then.
이 방에는 얼씬도 하지 마세요. 일이 있으면 아가씨가 알아서 찾아갈 테니 게스트룸에 그냥 짱 박혀 계시죠.
Damn, Charlie is possessive. Don't even come near this room. If there's an important business that needs to be discussed, her ladyship will visit you herself. So why don't you crawl back to your guest room and stay there?
찰리, 당신이 린델가의 집사인 건 알겠지만 다짜고짜 이건 무례한 것 같은데요.
Charlie, I understand you're the Linder's butler, but this seems quite rude.
난 심심해서 여길 찾아온 게 아니에요. 중요한 할 말이 있어서.
I'm not here for a casual visit. I have something important to say. Something important? Hearing Harvey's words, I got up from the bed and interjected, and Harvey and I saw each other through the gap in the doorway.
그래요. 그러니까
Yeah, so?
말했을 텐데요. 이따가 하라고.
Ooh. Charlie is angry. I told you, do it later. Charlie was about to end the conversation and close the door as Harvey started speaking after a brief moment of thought.
이제까지 아가씨를 키워온 건 알고 있지만 언제까지 당신의 세상에 가둬둘 생각이죠?
Harvey, now's not a good time. I'm aware you raised her, but how long do you plan to keep her caged?
어설픈 질투는 보기 흉하니 위치를 제대로 정하는 게 좋을 거예요.
I think he heard the rumors. This petty jealousy is not a good look on you, so I suggest you make clear what you mean to her.
그렇지 않으면 가장 상처받는 건 다름 아닌 당신의 아가씨일 테니까요.
If not, your precious lady will be the one who suffers the most in the end. Harvey? I couldn't understand why they were having that sort of conversation, but I was certain that there was an unknown tension between the two.
분수에 맞지 않는 충고 잘 새겨듣도록 하죠.
I'll make sure to take the advice from a man who doesn't know his place. Oof. Charlie, make character, go make Charlie happy. Shut the door and satisfy Charlie, please. He's scary when he's angry. With the cold reply, Charlie immediately closed the door. And I heard the sound of him locking the door, which is a rare sound to hear in the Linder. He just locked in. Things about to get serious. Charlie, why did you lock the door? I have to get ready and leave anyway.
아니요. 그러실 필요 없습니다.
We want to go out and he's telling us no. I'm suspicious now. What are you going to do, Charlie? He said, no, that won't be necessary. Huh? He turned to face me with his familiar, relaxed smile.
건방지긴 하지만 합의의 충고를 받아들여 보기로 했습니다.
Is he going to propose? As insolent as it was for him to talk to me that way, I decided to take Harvey's advice. Huh? What do you mean? He said my name again, not my lady. The moment he called me by my name with a voice sweeter than any dessert in existence, I couldn't help but twitch and stop talking.
이참에 제대로 가르쳐드리죠. 제가 당신에게 어떤 위치의 존재인지 말입니다.
Oh, oh, oh. Hey, Alexa, play Pony by Genuine. Oh, no. I'll use this opportunity to teach you exactly what I mean to you. Are we ready for this?
그리고 당신이 저한테 어떤 위치인지도요.
And what you mean to me as well. I had a bad feeling that this day was going to be excruciatingly long. At first. What is this? I got up, showered, and had a light breakfast. The door, which I thought was going to stay shut, opened without a problem, and I went to the study to work like always. After a while, it became 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was tea time, and Charlie enjoyed his glass of wine like always, while I had a small piece of cake with some Darjeeling? Hold on a second. The fuck am I supposed to pronounce this word? My phone. Okay. It is a black tea known for its unique flavor and aroma, often described as the champagne of teas. It's grown in the Darjeeling district of West Bengal, India, at the high altitudes in the foothills of the Himalayas. The tea is made from the Camellia sinensis plant and is processed using traditional methods. It's a black tea, but also green, white, and oolong varieties are produced. The flavor is delicate and floral, with some varieties exhibiting a muscatel aroma. Yeah, I wouldn't like it. So I'm confused. Was he just teasing? Or is something about to happen this night? I'm confused. Because that tension, the built up was perfect. And then poof. It just popped like a bubble. The weather was nice and cool, and the tea he made was neat, and Felix's cake tastes great as always. However, one question remains stuck in my mind. Why isn't he doing anything? That is my question too. Because it sounded like he was going to pin us to the bed and have his way with us. Unless he's doing this to try to prove a point. When Harvey stopped by my room this morning and Charlie locked the door, I thought something would happen. I thought maybe he wanted to drink blood, but that wasn't it. Despite the fact that he was by my side since the moment I was born, I couldn't tell what he was thinking right
제
now.
얼굴이 곧 뚫어지겠군요.
It's like you're trying to psychically kill me with your stare. I mean, more like trying to penetrate your brain to figure out what the fuck you're thinking of.
할 말이 있다면 그냥 하세요. 아가씨답지 않게 뭘 그렇게 꿈을 대시는 건지.
If you have something to say, go ahead. It's unlike you to be so hesitant. He called me by my name earlier, and now he's back to calling me my lady. I couldn't understand his ever-changing whims. Should I really ask? I pondered for a moment and decided to ask what I was most curious about. What was earlier?
무슨 말씀이시죠?
Pardon, what do you mean? Well, what were you trying to do earlier?
제가 뭘 어떻게 했다는 말씀이신지 모르겠습니다만.
I don't understand to which instance you're referring to. What, is he playing dumb now? I hadn't expected him to act this way. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. Charlie,
차가 식겠습니다. 어서 드시고 마저 업무를 끝내셔야죠.
Your tea is getting cold. Why don't you finish it and wrap up your paperwork for the day? Okay. He was obviously uncomfortable with the subject, so I decided to let it go for now. I finished a day's work without much fuss and returned to my room, feeling antsy. I knew I'd have trouble sleeping without a proper conversation with Charlie, so I headed out to the balcony. Even while I'm on my way to the balcony, he's preventing me from running into other people. He was clearly acting different from the day before, but he wasn't explaining why. I was looking up with a heavy heart, and I realized it was almost the night of the full moon. Charlie just stood behind me silently. Charlie, don't you want to drink blood? It's almost full moon.
지금은 별로 마시고 싶지 않군요.
I'm not too keen at the moment. What? But you haven't drunk in a while. Are you quite hungry? Charlie didn't say anything. Ugh, if this is the case, here goes nothing. I felt so impatient, so I turned to face him and unbuttoned my clothes. He quietly came closer and covered up my exposed shoulder again.
날이 차니 제대로 옷을 입으세요, 아가씨.
It is cold out. You should be properly clothed. I was about to reveal my other shoulder again, but this time Charlie grabbed my wrist. I struggled and tried to free my arm, but of course, he didn't budge at all. I think he's trying to prove a point that he doesn't just see her for her blood. He actually does care for her in some way. I think that's the point he's trying to obtusely prove to her. Wouldn't it be better just stop beating around the bush and be more blunt towards each other? Say, hey, I feel this way. What about you? How and why is that so hard to do? Being coquettish is not a desirable trait anymore, and it hasn't been for a while. I'd rather people be completely transparent and be blunt about what they want, what their expectations are, and then moving forward from there. This whole thing is so unnecessary. I struggled and tried to free my arm, but of course, he didn't budge at all. The only thing I could do was express my sorrow with a loud voice and teary eyes. Charlie.
왜 부르시죠?
Yes? Why are you rejecting my blood? Do you not need it anymore? You said this morning that you were going to teach me what you meant to me. Is this your answer? Are you trying to tell me that I'm replaceable since I'm just another Linder who is destined to give to you their blood? Is that it?
왜 그렇게 생각하시죠?
But beating around the bush is a form of foreplay? Physically, yes, death and high. But mentally, no. Mental gymnastics is so not a turn on. Then why aren't you drinking my blood? I'm the only one who can give you blood. That's what I'm supposed to mean to you. Even the thought of him not needing me made my chest hurt. I didn't want to cry, but as soon as I was done speaking, my vision blurred. Oy, don't do that to my already blurred vision. Ugh.
그래서 당신은 언제까지고 저를 휘두를 수밖에 없는 겁니다.
That hurts my eyes. That's why you'll always have me wrapped around your finger. Through my foggy eyes, I could see Charlie looking down and muttering something under his breath. What?
하비는 아마 알고 있었겠죠. 심리학을 배워서 그런지 눈치는 빠르더군요.
Harvey seemed to know already. He's quick to notice things, which makes sense given his background in psychology.
제가 당신에게 어떤 감정을 품고 있는지 말입니다.
He knew my feeling towards you.
사실은 아무데도 가지 못하게 당신을 가둬놓고
Honey,
아무도 손댈 수 없게 만들고 싶었습니다.
consent is key here. It's fine if you want somebody in a cage, but that would require the person's consent. Okay? In the BDSM community, there are doms and there are subs. Sometimes subs will be in a cage, but that's with consent. Not that whole 50 Shades of Grey bullshit. In truth, I wanted to keep you in a cage where no one could ever lay a hand on you.
그렇게 아무도 보지 않는 곳에서 이 저주받은 송곳니를 마음껏 드러내고 그 모든 피를 전부 탐하고 싶은 이 욕망까지도요.
I would reveal these cursed fangs where no one could see us, as well as reveal my desire to claim all of the blood that runs through your veins.
설사 그로 인해 당신의 목숨이 사라진다 해도 그것이 나로 인한 결말이었다면 기뻐했을 겁니다.
Damn. Even if it were to end in your demise, if it was due to me, I would have been satisfied. Wow. Talk about being used.
제가 온전히 당신을 가졌다는 증거일 테니까요.
That would be the ultimate proof that I was in complete possession of you. His eyes were gleaming as he made a sweet smile that was in contrast to what came out of his mouth not too long ago. The saturine smile made me think what he had said before all was all a dream.
이렇게라도 당신을 독점하고 싶은 제 마음을 아가씨는 모르겠죠.
모르겠어. True. I didn't understand. I don't know. You wouldn't know the extent of my desire to have you all to myself.
저를 제외한 뱀파이어들이 당신에게 다가갈 때마다 제가 얼마나 필사적으로 참고 있는지를.
You wouldn't know how hard it is to contain myself when other vampires come near you.
손대는 것조차 아까워서 저는 쉽사리 마시지도 못하는 당신의 피가 그들의 목을 적실 때마다
You wouldn't know how many times I had to douse the petty but overwhelming jealousy that arose when they were granted your blood.
갈증조차 잊어버릴 정도로 맹렬하게 타오르는 이 유치한 질투심을 제가 몇 번이고 억눌렀는지 말입니다.
How romantic. Your sweet blood that even I cannot drink so easily because it is far too precious. Charlie. I got choked up from listening to his monologue. I have never once heard Charlie's honest feelings like this.
다 아가씨가 절 이렇게 만든 겁니다.
No, nobody makes you do anything. You do that to yourself, honey. The whole you made me feel this way thing. You're responsible to hold control of your own emotions. Somebody pisses you off, fine. That's where you draw the line. But nobody can make you feel things like this, like what Charlie is alluding to.
그저 스쳐 지나갈 뿐이었던 린들과의 영예에게 제가 이렇게까지 빠질 거라고 생각하지 못했으니까요.
Also, you don't just plan to fall in love. It just happens. Most of the times, you grow to learn to love the person. Sometimes though, you just fall for them. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. You just do. Sometimes our feelings cannot be controlled. I never thought I would become so enamored by the heir of the Linders, who was supposed to be just another human.
하지만 당신은 분명 버티지 못하겠죠.
However, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Handle what? Be more precise, Charlie. You've had thousands of years of experience to better your speech. One would hope that you take advantage of that and just spit it out.
인간은 나약하고 부서지기 쉬운 존재이니 이런 제 마음을 받아주다가는 당신이 망가지게 될 겁니다.
He's clearly never met me before. Humans are weak and vulnerable. You are sure to break if you were just to accept all my desires.
저는
Just say it. Say the L word. Say it. Charlie. Don't say that. I feel the same way about you.
이제까지 제가 말한 걸 제대로 이해하신 겁니까?
Just fucking say it. How big is his desire? I'm pretty sure it's pretty big, Pika. Insatiably big. Are you fully aware of what I've been trying to say?
이런 지독한 독점욕과 아가씨가 제게 가지는 감정이 정말 같을 거라고 생각하시는 건 아니겠죠?
Do you truly think that this deep, fathomless obsession and your feelings are the same? Why won't you believe me? While Charlie was distracted, I wiggled my hand free and revealed my bare shoulder again. Drink my blood. If you want me to yourself, do it. If you want my blood, take it. That's what I want. Charlie's eyes widened as I spoke, and he eventually understood my feelings and he hugged me from behind.
아무래도 제 육아 방식을 되짚어봐야 할 것 같군요.
Perhaps there was an issue with how I raised you. Wow. Okay, Dad.
이렇게까지 목숨을 함부로 하라고 가르친 적은 없었던 것 같은데.
I don't recall teaching you to treat your own life so lightly. You did nothing wrong, Charlie. It's my fault for failing to become an upstanding human being.
그건 아니에요. 자식이 엇나가는 데에는 부모의 책임이 큰 법이죠.
This is turning more Alabama the more they keep talking. That's not true. The parent is largely responsible for how a child turns out. Up to a point. Once they're after 18, it's all on them. Hell, maybe even 16. You're not my parent, Charlie.
그러네요.
It's true. Hey, Velveteen. Charlie. Charlie gently pursed his lips against the nape of my neck. The area where the lips brushed past burnt up, spreading the warmth throughout my body.
멋대로 이런 감정을 당신에게 품고 결국에는 죽일지도 모른다는데.
I developed these feelings for you and even mentioned how it might end with your death.
무서운 줄을 모르고 모든 걸 제게 맡겨버린 당신이 이토록 사랑스럽게 여겨지는 걸 보니
And you just gave me full control, knowing no fear. It is so bewitching. The long-awaited pain on the nape of my neck made me quietly moan. The pain soon turned into pleasure coursing through my heated body.
드디어 당신의 모든 것을 가지게 되는 순간이 오는군요.
He still hasn't said the words. I'm still waiting for the 3 words. Charlie's giving off these Dom feelings that secretly wants to be a sub. That's exactly my thinking too. There's a reason why he's not coming out with every single thing he's trying to express. Just say it. It's not so difficult to say. You can express anger so easily. You can express hunger easily. You can express desire easily. But why can't you express love easily? Why is love such a hard thing to express? A lot of men, and I'm not dragging the whole entirety world of men around, but for some reason, men have a difficult time saying love first. It seems like when it comes to this soft feeling that women have to be the ones to initiate the I love you part first and say it first. That needs to change, because in a partnership, you need equality. You need equal balance. You need to maintain an equal amount of communication between each other. And it always seems like the women are the ones saying, I love you first. Charlie, break that, please. You are a couple thousand years old. You should have enough moxie, enough chutzpah in you just to say those 3 simple words. And men don't say it enough. They really don't. And I'm speaking from experience. Been married for 5, going on 6 years. I don't hear it enough. Alright, back to Charlie. Finally, the time has come when I get to have every part of you. Despite it not being the first time, the sensation of warm liquid rushing up my body felt new and different. Was it because Charlie, who treated me with the utmost care, was having his way with me?
한 모금 마신 것만으로도 이렇게나 채워지는 기분이 들다니.
Just one gulp on already, he feels so complete. Okay, One Pump Man.
당신이 얼마나 나를 만족시켜주는 존재인지.
You sate me. Clearly, he's never met me. To be fair, when a man says it first, it usually comes off as possessive. That's the thing. It's... People always equate men with dominance. And with dominance comes possession and fealty. That old adage needs to disappear. Because men can love women just about the same amount as women can love men. It shouldn't be tied to one gender. That's the thing that needs to change. It shouldn't be fearful of men to be able to say, I love you, without all these negative connotations and all these negative ideologies. Maybe we can helicopter them right away.
이 시간이 영원하기를 간절히 바라게 되는군요.
This sounds corny, but seriously, people need to kind of reignite romance in their lives. Even leave your comfort zone a little bit. Spice up your life a little bit. This is why I'm so obsessed with vampires. It makes me want this moment to last forever. Oh, Charlie. My body trembled as the tip of my limbs went cold. Which limbs are we referring to? Charlie soon stopped Charlie stopped for a moment, noticing my twitching, but I strengthened my grip of his hand and told him, "Don't stop. Keep indulging in me as much as you want." Oh my. Every time his breath grazed my neck, I felt weaker and weaker as my mind started going blank. However, I have never felt this complete. I tightly held his hand as I let go of my consciousness. Hey! We woke up in his room. I knew I woke up at some point, but my body didn't budge, as if I was paralyzed. Ugh. The headache from the day before was due to over drinking, and today it was far from being overdrained of blood. However, I was taken aback by a different fact I had realized. I'm alive. Girl. She's worried about here being like, oh wait, I'm alive, where I'm like, woke up in his room. Our priorities are very different here. I thought I might die, but it seems that Charlie managed to stop himself in the end.
일어나셨나 보군요.
Do you see the problem we have, Pika? You're awake. Charlie. A very raspy voice of mine came out of my mouth, which made it difficult to believe that it was my own. Girl, I know that. I feel my voice threatening to give out on me again. Goes my controller. His voice was coming from right next to me, so I barely turned my head to the other side, only to find Charlie lying down on the bed looking at me. See? Not so bad waking up to his face. Why are you lying here, girl? Do you not realize you're in his room? In his bed?
기억을 못 하신다니 아쉽군요. 저는 어젯밤 내내 당신 옆에 있었는데요.
Shame you don't remember. I was by your side the whole time since last night. What? Really?
그래도 일찍 눈을 떠서 다행입니다.
Time for some breakfast in bed. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. But it's good that you woke up early.
오늘 하루는 아무것도 하지 말고 그냥 쉬세요.
How about you work on me, boy? You started this. You better finish it. You should rest for the day. Don't worry about work.
철분이 많은 음식을 좀 만들어 왔으니 먹을 수 있을
Yay.
만큼 천천히 드세요.
A man's way to my heart. He knows I want food in bed. Hey, YY, how you doing today? See? Some dreams come true. Although Charlie in my dream the other night didn't do anything saucy. Sadly. I told Death about that dream. It was very interesting. Jumper. I made you some food with a lot of iron, so have as much as you want. Yeah, especially since I have an iron deficiency problem. Yeah. Thank you. I could feel some strength coming back to my body as we exchanged a few words. I managed to lift my upper body and he helped me up the rest of the way.
방문을 잠그지 않아도 다른 곳으로 가버릴까 걱정하지 않아도 되는 게 꽤 마음에 듭니다.
Yeah, I did see it. I mean, Charlie hasn't really done anything saucy in this game either. Just drink your blood and you black out. The rest is just assumed. Yeah, sadly true. But still, one wishes that he took some advantage, you know? Even if it's just stealing a little kiss. Be just a little grope here and there. But he's a gentlemanly type of butler, so he won't do that. I mean, it looks really cool, YY. It really does. It's pleasing to not have to worry about you leaving without locking the door. It looks good so far. Charlie, are you not calling me my lady anymore?
다시 그렇게 불러드리길 원하시나요?
Would you prefer me to call you that again? Honestly, it was concerning how my heart started beating too fast whenever Charlie called my name. Now, if it was Sebastian, he would do sussy things. That's true. I mean, he did fuck a nun after all, so I mean, Sebastian is willing to do anything. We still have not forgiven him for what he did to that nun. Our flabbers were truly gasted on that episode. And he swears up and down nothing happened. And we're like, bitch, please. We know something happened. Even CL knew. And of course... Okay, where's your guy? We're waking up in bed with Charlie. That's what happens. Can he? But I still wanted him to continue. It made me feel like we became even closer, having crossed the space that we've been keeping between us for so long. She makes it sound like they just had sex. He just indulged in her blood a little bit more. That was all that happened so far. But out of context, this feels like they just did it for the first time. And I'm like, our priorities are all screwed up here. We need to get them back in focus. And he done something sussy with the dolly from the circus. That's true. He did. Man, I need to rewatch Black Butler. I need to sit down and have a moment with Sebastian. Maybe I'll even cosplay as him again. No, I want you to call me by my name. Again. Oh yeah. See, Death, you were right on the button about his behavior. He may be a butler and he may be a vampire. But there's a conflict of interest here because he is definitely one to take commands and not just give commands. Maybe he's like me. We've been a dom for so long that finding the right person who flips our switch, we can immediately go from maybe 95% dom to 100% submissive in just a flip of a switch. I think Charlie is one of those types. You haven't watched it yet? You got Black Butler on DVD? Mm-hmm. We too naughty-minded? That's our trouble? That's true. That's true. And a lot of people do have a hard time keeping up with us and our naughtiness, huh, Pika? It's because we've reached that age. We reached that age where our hormones kind of dictate. So we're basically just hormonal, horny bitches. Near our 40s. 40s and near our 40s. So it just happens to be like that. Just to know how to flick the bean the right way, I suppose. You should tell Charlie that instead of beating around the damn lips. Ugh. I feel like he's missing the point. Yeah, the API on YouTube today has been very delayed. It's not just chat. It's also, when I started stream, it was delayed by like 2 minutes, I think. I don't know how much of a difference it is now for some of us, but there is a delay. You got Wando for that? Someone give it coffee? It definitely needs maybe a double shot of espresso to kind of keep up. Yeah, YouTube's been funky, I would say, the past 24 to 48 hours, I've noticed. But no, it's not just you. It's just YouTube in general. I loved hearing the same gentle tone of his voice, no matter how many times I asked for him to call me by my name. I blankly stared at his beautiful silver hair. Silver hair is my weakness. That was shining under the sunlight. What happened last night feels like a dream. I didn't know you had those feelings for me.
그건 곤란하군요.
That can't do. Huh? Oh! You're gonna propose? Yeah, this is perfect proposal position, just FYI. Charlie quietly got out of bed, kneeled, and took my hand. Give it a kiss. He kissed my hand and he kissed all the ridges of my fingers. Oh, whoa. Harvey is outside waiting because Charlie told him to fuck off. It was a familiar, careful touch that was in contrast to what he was drinking my blood last night. However, I could tell it meant something different from before.
저는 어젯밤 일을 거짓말로 끝낼 생각이 없습니다.
I have no intentions of leaving last night's events as a dream. Charlie.
이토록 소중한 것을 이제야 손에 넣게 되었으니 다시는 놓치지 않을 겁니다.
Don't let go, Jack. Never let go. Don't let go, Rose. I'll never let go. He lets him go. That's the sad reality of life and romance these days. You tell him not to let go. You tell her not to let go. End up she lets go. And you drown. I know what I have coveted the most. I'm never letting it go. You better not, Charlie.
설령 당신이 저를 놓치는 한이 있더라도 쫓아가서 이 손을 또 붙잡을 거고요.
Pico wants them all. Not just Charlie. She wants them all. Even if you lose me, I will chase after you and hold this hand again.
피로 맺어진 계약보다 더 진한 강제성을 가지는 것이 있다면
If there were to be something that was stronger than a contract in blood. He took his lips off my hand and looked up at me. I could feel the warm, glowing red eyes that were taking me in.
상호 합의로 맺어진 우리의 인연이겠죠.
To be fair, Jack was dead when Rose let go. So they say. Gotta catch them Pokevamps? I think you would like the anime called Servamps, Pika. I surely liked it. I didn't get the chance to finish it yet, but Servamps is like a softcore BL. There's nothing pornographic about the anime. It's just they call it softcore BL. But it is a BL action romance thing. Was he that? It would be our bond that was created through mutual understanding. Is it?
그렇죠. 당신은 이제 저에게서 평생 벗어날 수 없을 테죠.
He's saying everything I want to hear. Too good to be true. And yes, I know it's just a game. I'm very well of the differences between reality and fiction. But let a girl dream, will you? So she had to claw his frozen solid hand off of hers. I would have used him to drift away. Use him as like a paddle. It is. You'll never be able to get rid of me from now on.
말 그대로 당신의 시간이 다하는 날까지요.
Never until your time comes to an end.
아니, 당신의 시간이 다한다 하더라도 존재가 희미해지는 그날까지 저는 당신을 기억하고 사랑할 겁니다.
Damn. Or even after your time comes to an end, I will remember you and love you until my existence comes to fade.
그렇게 영원한 시간을 살아가겠죠.
And I will spend the rest of eternity as such. That sounds too cruel.
그런 건 신경 쓰지 않으셔도 됩니다.
You didn't need to worry about that.
운명을 선택할 때는 반드시 찾아올 테니까요.
Exactly. There will come a time when fate will pay its visit. I could not understand the meaning of Charlie's mysterious smile. As my heart was working harder than usual, I heard a small knock from outside. Louis! Louis! You again? Stop. And how did she know that we were in Charlie's room? How did she know? Honestly, the killer should have killed Louis. I'm sorry to say this. Mary should have been left alive. Louis should have been the one killed. This is the third time she has cockblocked us. The third freaking time.
루이스가 드디어 녹화하는 습관을 들였군요.
Charlie, you should berate her. Tell her to fuck off like you did Harvey last night. Looks like you finally learned how to knock.
하지만 지금은 아직 준비가 되지 않았으니 급한 일이 아니라면 조금 있다가 다시 오세요.
However, her ladyship is not ready yet, so you're here to leave and come back unless it's important. Of course, I'll return later.
루이스,
Louis? Charlie called Louis right and she was about to leave.
손님이 오신 건 아닌 것 같고 무슨 일인지 먼저 보고만 해주세요.
Someone else is here? It doesn't seem like a visitor. Will you give a short summary on what brings you here? Ah, it's just a letter.
착신인이 누구죠?
Who is it from? Nothing's written on it except her ladyship's name. I just brought it in as I found it in the mailbox this morning.
또 누군가의 장난인가? 위험할지도 모르니 저에게 바로 주세요.
It's probably from Felix. At least she knocked this time. True. It'll be another prank. It might be dangerous. I'll be taking it now. Charlie pondered for a brief moment before he opened the door and received the letter from Louis. Are you going to open it?
확인해야죠.
I must check it. What if there's a razor blade or if it's some strange threat letter like last time?
그럼 확인하고 버리면 되죠.
I'll check it and dispose of it. I don't want you to get hurt.
어차피 이 정도 편지 안에 들어있는 것이라면 별거 아닐 확률이 더 높죠.
He's very, If there's something inside the small of an envelope, it's unlikely that it will harm me.
다친다 해도 당신의 피를 조금만 마시면 얼마든지 나을 테니 걱정할 필요는 없어요.
Ass. Even if I am harmed, I'll get better with a small sip of your blood. I wouldn't normally be too worried, except it's the night of the full moon today. On the day of the full moon, his instincts grow stronger and he tended to lose control easier. However, oddly enough, his injuries took longer to heal as well. However, my concerns did not stop him from opening the envelope and taking out the letter within.
평범한 편지군요.
Seems to be an ordinary letter. What does it say? I couldn't tell if Charlie was excited or shocked from the letter, and I became curious. Letter from hell. My dear Charlie, come find the last piece I left for you. This beautiful night of the full moon, if you come visit me, I will show you my respects in return. Catch me if you can. And what's that? A small object that was inside the envelope fell into Charlie's hand. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but Charlie used his other hand to quickly cover my eyes.
보지 않는 게 좋을 것 같군요.
It would be best that you did not see it. What? Why?
성인 여자의 손톱이거든요.
It's the nail of a grown woman. The short memory of the falling object flashed before my eyes. An indescribable repulsive feeling filled my throat.
괜찮나요?
You okay? Charlie. No words were required for us both to understand that this was a challenge made by the culprit we were so desperately looking for. There was no way that Charlie was not going to see the culprit even after this letter. And if he went, I was not going to stay behind in this mansion. However, the fact that it was on the night of the full moon kept bothering me. Charlie, why don't we tell Aaron or Harvey about this? Since it's the night of the full moon, something bad might happen if you go alone. We should maybe get some help from...
잊어버렸습니까?
Did you forget?
그 사람들도 전부 저에게서 태어난 뱀파이어들이라는 것을.
They are all vampires that I created.
오늘 보름달의 영향을 받는 건 저뿐만이 아닙니다.
I'm not the only one who is affected by the full moon. You'll be affected the most.
알고 있습니다. 그래서 더 문제죠.
I am aware, and that's where the issue lies.
저는 그들에게 제 약점을 스스로 노출할 생각이 없고 도움을 받고 싶다고도 생각하지 않아요.
I have no intentions of revealing my weakness to them, nor do I want their help.
게다가 진범은 제게 도전장을 보내지 않았습니까?
Besides, the killer sent the letter to me. Again, we already know who it is. It's Felix. When he heard the rumor of Charlie and I getting married.
친애하는 찰리 선생이라면서 친히 제 이름을 언급할 정도니 말이죠.
He kindly called me out, saying, "My dear Charlie." I did expect him to be stubborn, knowing his personality. So I thought it would be best to tell him my honest feelings rather than think of more solutions. I'm just worried about you, Charlie.
알고 있습니다.
I'm aware.
제가 언제 당신이 원하는 대로 하지 않았던 적이 있나요?
When have I ever done something you didn't want me to do? Telling Harvey to fuck off when he had something important to say? He forgot about that little thing, didn't he? We wanted to talk to Harvey.
상처 없이 무사히 안전하게 사태를 마무리할 테니 너무 걱정하지 마세요.
I assure you I will wrap things up safe and without injury. Can't promise that. Okay. It's good to know there's no blood. I'm not coughing any blood anymore, so all just regulars. I couldn't keep pressing it, so I stopped trying to convince him. But it would be okay if I were to ask them to help me, right? I made a note to myself to write a letter for Aaron and Harvey and hide it before leaving. First, I decided to wait until the time to meet. During the brief moment Charlie was absent, I was on my way to the study to hide the letter and...
아, 아가씨.
Oh shit. Oh shit. We're alone. And the killer shows up at our house. I heard a familiar voice, only to find Felix, who seemed to have brought the batch of desserts for tomorrow. What have you brought today?
체리 푸딩 케이크요.
Oh shit, there's the cake again. Pika, pick it up and throw it out the window for me. It could be poisoned.
아가씨가 시식하실 때까지 기다려 볼까 했는데 그냥 저택에 납품해 버리기로 했어요.
No touchy. I was thinking of waiting until you tasted it at the cafe, but I just decided to deliver it. Out of the goodness of your heart, huh?
한 번만 드셔보면 분명 알게 되실 거예요. 이게 얼마나 맛있는 케이크인지.
Now we know his identity. That is so terrifying to hear. One bite of it and you'll know how delicious the cake is. Ah, I see.
아, 사실은 시식용으로 한 조각 더 챙겨가지고 왔는데
I actually brought another piece for you to taste.
지금 한번 드셔보세요.
Why don't you try it now? I wasn't in the mood, but I remembered how I turned down his offer multiple times before. I was fine any other time, but for some reason, the cherry pudding cake was the only one I haven't gotten around to try yet. I don't want to reject him another time, so I'll try a bite. Girl, you have no survival sense whatsoever. With that in mind, I stuck the fork into the piece of cake on the plate he was holding. Perhaps just one bite.
당신을 위해서 만든 거니까요.
That sounds so creepy now. If it was any other regular person who was not a killer, this would sound sincere. But now that we know his identity, it's just so ugh. Creepy, obsessive stalker, serial killer type mentality. I made this for you. I took the ripe, bright red cherry and took a bite. It tasted a lot more flavorful than I had expected. My, this is amazing. It's a little tart, but sweet and smooth. That's what he said. Why haven't you sent this to the estate before?
마음에 들어요?
Do you like it? I do. Please continue sending these to the estate.
그럴게요.
It's so weird. Felix smiled, and I was about to put my fork down after a satisfying meal when, honestly, as much as I love this game, the writers need to come up with a better segue into transitioning to the next part. Every single time something happens in a game, maybe this was done on purpose, I don't know. I would love to question the writers of the game. But every single time there's like a big thing happening, they use when and then hyphen. And I'm like, okay, that's just the English teacher in me, guys. Don't worry about me. Huh? I told you it was poisoned. I lost control of my body, my vision blurred, and my legs gave away. I was about to collapse as Felix very naturally caught me before I hit the ground.
맛있었죠, 아가씨.
Wasn't that delicious? Felix? My tongue was numb. The unchanging tone of his voice, despite the shocking situation, was extremely ominous.
앞으로도 제가 계속 대접해드릴게요.
That doesn't sound reassuring. I'll take care of you,
지금까지 그래왔던 것처럼요.
like I have been. I could instinctively tell why he was here. Girl, he just poisoned your ass and now it's just clicking in your head. However, I was so sleepy that I couldn't lift a finger and couldn't keep my eyes open. Charlie. The name failed to leave my mouth and I lost all consciousness. I abruptly woke up as if I was showered with ice cold water. What's happened? Why was I asleep? Where's Charlie? What happened to the killer? Contrary to my racing thoughts, my body was stiff. I bet some of y'all can relate to that. And I could barely get my head up to look around.
아, 이제 정신이 들어요?
You've come to. Felix? I was about to get up, but something was holding me down. Looking around, I found out that I was in a chair, and a tight rope was wrapped around my body, holding me down. Inky. What's happening? Having a difficult time understanding the situation, I heard a small groaning sound coming from beside me. Hold on, I need to lubricate. I hate being sick. I need this cough to go away. It's been like almost a month. Be a month next week. Ugh. Excuse me, are you alright? I saw another girl tied up next to me whose head was bleeding. Lubricate time, wait, what? Well, somebody's about to get fucked. I'm just preparing my throat just in case it's me. Born in the noble house, I've experienced plenty of attempts at kidnapping or ambushes. The attempts occasionally succeeded, and I was actually in danger like I was now. So the fact that this was normal for her, she should have figured it out a long while ago that it was Felix. Normally, I would have firmly trusted Charlie to come save me and for the situation to be resolved quickly. However, it was the night of the full moon, the person who kidnapped me was Felix, and there was another injured hostage. The circumstances were dire. But who is this person? I feel like I've seen her before. I tried my best to match her face to my memory, but nothing came up.
와, 역시 아가씨예요.
Wow, I guess this is like you. Open your eyes so I can see what kind of freak you are, Felix.
이런 상황에도 전혀 놀라지 않으시네요.
Even in a situation like this, you're quite calm. Felix, what is the meaning of this? I saw the glint of the silver knife on his hand. To be in his hand, and I asked calmly.
아가씨, 있잖아요.
몰라겠어요. You know, my lady.
기억나세요? 제가 아직 분가의 태생으로 콜 가문의 시종을 하고 있을 때 린델가에 처음 인사를 하러 갔었죠.
Do you remember? I was born from a separated noble family and I was a servant to the Coles when I first visited the Linders.
그때 주머니에서 떨어뜨린 스콘을 아가씨가 우연히 주워서 먹어주셨던 그때부터
I accidentally dropped a scone from my pocket and you picked it up and ate it.
저는 당신을 위해서 그 어떤 것이라도 하리라고 결심했어요.
That's a stretch. That was the moment when I swore I'd do anything for you. What? The math is not... Wait, what? Hold on a second. Okay, I was born from a separated noble family, okay. And he became a servant to the Coles, okay, when he first arrived at the Linders. I accidentally dropped a scone from my pocket and you picked it up and ate it. That was the moment when I swore I would do anything for... The math is not mathing. Wouldn't he be angry that she ate the scone that was in his pocket? The scone that was meant for him? I'm confused. My brain is not matching up to this psychosociopath math here.
분가 출신이라는 이유만으로 모든 사람이 다 저를 무시했을 때 오직 아가씨만이 제 재능을 인정해 주었죠.
He was probably a child? When everyone looked down on me for being born from a minor family, only you recognized my talents.
그렇게 해서 카페 아모르체를 얻게 됐을 때 얼마나 가슴이 떨렸는지 아가씨는 모르셨을 거예요.
How did they pronounce amorous?
그렇게 해서 카페 아모르체를 얻게 됐을 때
아모리?
얼마나 가슴이 떨렸는지 아가씨는 모르셨을 거예요.
So the C is silent? So it's like armory, but amori? Why put a C in there in the first place if you're gonna make it silent? God, I hate the English language sometimes. Well, technically it would be French, but still. No, I do. I remember how elated you were after acquiring the rights to your shop.
아, 그렇겠네요.
Oh, that makes sense.
저를 이 자리까지 데려와 주신 분이니까요. 하긴 모를 리가 없죠.
Of course you're the one who helped me get this place. Of course you'd know. He smiled, reminiscing the past, and continued in a calm tone.
저는 당신이 항상 제 케이크를 먹으며 환하게 웃는 그 순간들이 좋았어요.
This dude is creepy. I always loved those moments when you would taste the pastries I make and smile so beautifully.
그래서 항상 웃게 해주고 싶었죠.
This is a stretch. That's why I wanted to make you smile forever and ever more. That's a serious stretch. So you go from somebody admiring your foods and saying that you're a wonderful, amazing cook and a chef, a baker. And you take that and you become obsessed with her just because she saw your potential? And now you idolized her and put her on a pedestal? And you became obsessed. The math ain't mathing here. The connection still doesn't make much sense.
아가씨를 우울하게 만드는 모든 것들은 다 이 세상에서 지워주고 싶었어요.
I wanted to erase everything that made you sad. He became more and more infuriated as if he was remembering something repulsive.
매일같이 아가씨가 구호물자로 보낸 물건을 팔아다가 술 사는 데 썼던 여자.
The woman who would sell the relief supplies you sent every day to buy alcohol.
아가씨가 보낸 음식을 공짜로 받아 먹으면서도 맛이 없다고 맨날 투덜거리며 욕하던 여자.
The woman who would complain about the taste of the food you would provide for free.
아가씨와 가장 가까운 곳에 있으면서도 당신이 아가씨다운 품위가 전혀 없다면서 부끄러워하던 그 여자까지도.
And even the woman who was closest to you yet felt ashamed by your lack of class. What?
그리고 이 여자는 아가씨 눈앞에서 당신을 험담하던 바로 그 여자예요. 겁도 없이 바로 제 카페에서 말이에요.
And this woman slandered you right in your face in my cafe at that. Wait a moment. I finally remembered. Is that the Linda Air? She looks like every other girl. Ah, the beauty statement one. It was the day I got scones and biscuits for Aaron right after Charlie was released. It seemed to be the woman who was slandering me behind my back. Realizing that, I came to a shocking conclusion. Oh my God, she's so slow. She's tied up in a chair next to another woman. And Felix is over here blabbing about how infuriating these people are for basically shit talking about the person that he put on the pedestal. How does she? This. And another one's coming. Are you going to come or are you going to go? Ow. Okay, it's going. Thank you for the bless you. Then Felix, you killed Mary? No, it can't be.
그 여자는 죽어 마땅했어요.
You deserve to die.
말이 안 되잖아요. 아가씨는 그 누구보다도 아름다운데.
아, 아름다워? 진짜? Boy, I need to give you some glasses. It doesn't make sense. You're more beautiful and elegant than anyone. Bullshit.
그거 아세요?
Did you know?
심지어 이 여자는 백작가로 들어가야 하는 고급 밀가루를 빼돌리려고 했어요.
This woman even tried to pocket the high-quality flour that was supposed to be delivered to your estate.
내가 당신을 위해 만들어야 하는 그 케이크에 들어갈 밀가루를 말이에요.
The flour that was supposed to be used for the cake I make for you.
정말 악독한 죄질이지 않아요?
Felix, who hurt you, honey? Who seriously hurt you? I just want to pat you on the head, bring you closer to my bosom, and smother you with my boobs. literally smother you until you can't breathe and then not stop. You hear her agrees with me.
이 정도 죄는 대체 어느 정도 벌을 줘야 할지 도저히 감이 잡히지 않아요.
Is this all this anger for something so petty is a little far stretched. I mean, you have to realize that not everybody in this world is going to like you. You're going to have haters, you're going to people who absolutely despise you. But you were not put on this earth for everybody to love and adore you. You're going to have people that are not going to like you, and you're going to have to be able to be okay and accept that. That's just how life is. And this poor kid, Felix, here, doesn't seem to get it through his thick skull that what we're born with is what we got, and we got to make the best of it. Granted, I've never been born in a caste system before, so I wouldn't know about socioeconomic structures limiting my capacity, because I've always been born poor, and I will always be poor. But that doesn't mean that I can't not be poor. You're here, you just need to pee. You go, girl. I need to hydrate some more. I'll probably end up losing my voice during the holiday, but that's okay. I'll be around for a little bit till this afternoon, and then I gotta do some chores. I gotta pack, and then I will be starting my vacation tonight. And I'll be back by Friday afternoon, y'all's Thursday night, early Friday morning. Can someone grab me some water? Here you go. I'll pour it in a cup for you. I'm not dealing with as much mucus anymore. It's I have a feeling it's bronchitis that came back again. Because every time I exhale, I feel it wheezing. I hear a wheeze going on. It was probably bronchitis that came back. Or acute bronchitis, I should say. Please don't tell me I have to switch back to being an inhaler. I haven't used an inhaler since I was a kid. I don't want to use an inhaler as an adult. I have no idea what punishment would be appropriate for such a sin. Well, Felix, if you leave it in my hands, I would give her a capable punishment. Move her along, call it a day. Instead of going to such extremes, tying people up just to prove a point. Which we don't even know what the point really is just yet.
얼굴을 갈기갈기 찢어놓은 후에 내장을 전부 꺼내서 가족들에게 던져줘야 할까요?
Again, why are we going all Dexter here for something so minuscule? Perhaps I should rip her face into shreds, pull out her organs, and throw her body to her family. That would be stuff I would reserve for people who actually hurt me. Or attempted to hurt me, like physically. Or ex-boyfriend material. This does not go to people for petty theft. It's a little extreme.
아, 살아있는 동안에 심장을 꺼내어 굶주린 개들에게 던져주는 것도 좋겠어요.
Honey, who seriously hurt you? Your mommy not give you enough hugs? Damn. I just might take her heart out alive and throw it to some hungry hounds. Is his eyes glowing? No. They've been the same color so far, which I need to clean my glasses. having a hard time reading now. So smudgy. Because I was rubbing my eyes so much yesterday. The air quality was really, really bad. Might be time for some new prescription lenses too. Oh, there we go. That's much better.
그러면 본인이 얼마나 끔찍한 죄를 저지른 건지 죽는 순간까지 참여할 수 있을 테니
I don't think you know that works, Felix. It doesn't work like that. Most people who commit crimes are unrepentant. You keep getting reminders for checking my prescription. Yeah, you're supposed to do it like every year, every 2 years. And I'm like, bitch, I can't afford $300 prescriptions every fucking year. I don't have $300 to willy-nilly give it to an optometrist every single year just to be able to manage to update and keep up with my prescription. I don't have that kind of money. And my prescription will always be expensive because I have issues. And issues that can't be fixed, that's slowly deteriorating over the years. So my blindness is inevitable. Stop it, Felix. Don't say another word. Every word that came out of his mouth was horrifying, and I couldn't hear any more of it. My head hurt and my eyes were spinning. I feel like I could spill out everything inside my stomach.
하지만 아가씨 용서해 주세요.
Sure. You're sure. We're gonna forgive you. Now can we move on, Felix?
저는 오늘 이기적인 일을 벌이고야 말았어요.
I did something selfish today?
그저 당신이 행복하기만을 바라는 사람이 아니라 저는 질투심에 미쳐 있는 남자였다는 걸 깨달았거든요.
Meechins? Yeah, you're definitely crazy. I realized that I was more than just a man who wanted you to be happy. I'm also a very jealously driven man. What? Wait, are you the one who sent Charlie that letter? What are you thinking?
곧 알게 될 거예요.
You'll find out soon enough. A chill ran down my spine as Felix smiled with eyes full of twisted obsession. And at that moment, Amore's door opened.
당신이었군요, 펠릭스 콜.
So it was you, Felix Cole. The vampire that quietly revealed himself was glaring at him with hostile, crimson red eyes like ever before.
너무 늦게 온 거 아니에요? 찰리.
Showed up quite late, Charlie.
그 입 닥치는 게 좋을 거예요.
Shut your
눈
mouth
깜빡할 사이에 죽고 싶지 않다면.
unless you want to die this instant.
오늘의 난 조금 성급할 거고 예민하고 또 폭력적일 수도 있거든요.
I'm a little rash, sensitive, and violent today. That's me every day.
그래요? 그럼 찰리가 지치기 전에 빨리 본론으로 들어가야겠네요.
If that's the case, I should get to the point before you tire yourself out. Completely unfazed by Charlie's intimidating aura, Felix put his knife against my throat with a smile.
당신이 그토록 사랑하는 아가씨를 구하고 싶다면 저 여자를 죽여요.
Kill that woman if you want to save your precious lady. What? The moment I heard Felix's words, it felt like all the blood was leaving my body. Because...
설마 그걸 협박이라고 한 건 아니겠죠?
Don't tell me that's supposed to be a threat. That was such an easy task for Charlie. Charlie, no, don't. He was instantly about to grab the throat of the woman, and I shouted with everything I had. Don't sacrifice an innocent person so easily. Felix tutted quietly and rushed towards Charlie. Charlie. I thought he avoided it. No. The normal Charlie would have definitely been able to avoid it. No. The short moan he let out made me realize that things did not work out the way he wanted them to.
오랜만에 맛보는군요. 몸을 관통하는 이런 감각.
I haven't tasted this sharp, piercing feeling for a while. That sounds so bad out of context, Charlie. So, maybe Charlie is bisexual. One can dream. Charlie, are you okay? How hurt are you?
괜찮습니다. 살짝 스친 것뿐이니까요.
It's quite fine. It's only a little scratch. It's a flesh wound. Unlike his words, he looked more and more in pain as time passed. I was one blink away from shredding tears, so I tried to keep my eyes open as wide as I could. Why isn't his injury mending? Probably because it's silver? Charlie grabbed onto his bleeding side, smirked, and looked towards the knife that Felix was holding.
언제부터 눈치채고 있었죠?
How long have you known?
역시나 당신 인간이 아니었구나.
So you weren't human after all.
그런 존재에게는 은으로 만든 것이 치명적이라던데 진짜인가 보네?
Okay, he's human. Felix is human. I heard creatures like you were vulnerable to silver, so I guess it was true. Felix waved his knife around and laughed maniacally, seemingly having been aware of Charlie's identity. And Charlie...
정말이지. 뱀파이어보다 사람이 더하다니까요.
그렇죠. Humans can be worse than vampires. With an exasperated laugh, closed the distance between him and Felix.
이쯤 되면 그냥 제 손으로 죽여도 괜찮겠죠, 아가씨?
I assume you're fine with me killing him myself, my lady? Charlie twisted Felix's arm and made him drop the knife. And before Felix could retaliate, he lifted him up by the neck with immense strength. Felix was struggling and choking, face red, and Charlie just stood there. Charlie's really going to kill him.
죽여.
Kill me.
어차피
You'll never
당신은
be...
아가씨와 절대 함께할 수 없을 테니.
You'll never be able to be together with her ladyship. I could see the worst case scenario playing in my head as soon as I heard Felix's words. Charlie put Felix down now.
왜 그래야 하죠?
Why should I?
이런 짐승만도 못한 놈도 알고 지냈던 사람이라서 그런 겁니까?
Is it because you knew this worthless rat of a human before?
동정도 적당히 하시죠. 당신이 자비를 베풀 만한 가치가 있는 존재가 아닙니다.
Choke me harder, daddy. That's what I read. I know. Me too, girl. Me too. We're gonna put this in the back of a notebook for later reference and come back to it later for Charlie questioning. You're like, Charlie, can you pin me to the wall and choke me like you did Felix? Just not with complete malice. Please. Thank you. No, this is all a trap.
죽여!
You're getting a little frothy in the mouth here. Even in pain, Felix seemed to be having fun, shouting and spewing blood while laughing. The night of the full moon and the blood that kept running down from his injury that wouldn't heal. Charlie was possessed by his instincts and could not think straight. He did not let go of Felix. Felix was sure to die at this rate. Let's make some loud noise first. Don't do this. Let's hand him over to the police and let them take care of the rest, please. And let's just return home. You're bleeding a lot. Charlie dropped Felix, who was unconscious, and ran over to me. He ripped off the rope that was tying me to the chair, and he freed the woman next to me as well.
죄송합니다.
Sorry
제가
for being
너무
late.
늦어서.
The blood from his torso was dripping onto the ground, but the first thing that came out of his mouth was an apology. He stumbled for a moment, having lost his strength, and I caught his shoulder before he fell. Charlie, are you all right? You're bleeding so much. I've never seen this before. What do I do? Charlie, what do I do? I didn't want to cry at a time like this, but the tears that kept coming, and I shook my head. I was disappointed and disgusted by how helpless I was, despite having to stay rational, given the current events.
말했지 않습니까? 뱀파이어도 무적이 아니라고요.
I told you vampires aren't invincible. Quit joking around. Drink my blood quickly.
그럴 수 없습니다.
I can't. What? This isn't the time for that.
오늘 밤은 만월이고 저는 지금
Just suck me
그
already.
상처를 입었죠.
Jesus, Charlie. If I die, I die. Just bring me back as a vampire and all will be well. See how well that ends? The end. Moving on. The full moon is up and I'm gravely injured.
이럴 때 당신의 피를 탐하면 어떻게 될지 본인이 가장 잘 알고 있을 텐데요.
You should know best what would happen if I were to taste your blood at a time like this.
어제도 충분히 겪어봤지 않나요?
You experienced it enough last night.
저는 절대로 피를 마시지 않을 겁니다.
Charlie, that's a lie. Quick, have a quickie. I will never drink your blood. Yeah, that's a lie. It's someone else's if you don't want to drink mine. I'll bring other people for you to drink, or even animals.
그럴 필요 없어요. 저는 당신의 피가 아니면 마시지 않을 겁니다.
Paboya. There's no need for that. I will not drink any blood that isn't
그게
yours.
바로 우리가 맺은 피의 계약이고요.
That is the contract and blood that we made. Now he's starting to sound like Sebastian.
일단은 저택으로 돌아가시죠. 조금 쉬다 보면 괜찮아질 겁니다.
First, let us head back home. I'll be better with some rest. I cannot believe. I became upset with Charlie's unending stubbornness. I reached out both my arms to bring his head closer to my neck. I don't care, just start drinking. I know you can control it like you always have. If I don't trust you, who will? I'm not going anywhere until you drink my blood. I could faintly hear the sound of police whistles from far away, as if they were rushing us. Perhaps this was another part of Felix's plan, or someone's way of sending help to us. Either was fine. I kept crying and hugging Charlie within the chaos of the cafe. The blood, equally red for all creatures, was drenching the floor, and I couldn't breathe from the anxiety. Forgot the E there. Please, just drink my blood. Charlie. I was practically begging at this point, and Charlie let out a quiet laugh. His breath lightly tickled my exposed shoulder.
정말 아가씨를 이길 수가 없군요.
You're just gonna have to suck it up. Pun intended. There's no winning with you, my lady.
당신이 원하신다면 저는 그렇게 할 수밖에 없겠죠.
If that is your wish, I have no choice but to oblige. With that statement, I felt a sharp sting on my shoulders. Ah. Literally, I was swept away by the sensation that was invading my body faster than usual, but I kept my arms around Charlie even as I closed my eyes.
이래서 제가 당신을 사랑하는 겁니다.
Finally get him to say it. Fucking hell, Charlie, was that so hard to say? Ah. Jesus. This is why I love you. See, was it so hard to say? As I was about to lose my consciousness, I felt like I heard Charlie's bittersweet confession for the first time. And the thing is, she's not going to remember it the next morning, most likely. Ending 2. A few days had passed. True culprit of the serial murders that shook London was caught, and the world found peace again. Seasons have changed, but one thing remained the same.
아가씨, 아직 주무시나요?
I thought you were going to keep calling me by my name. When did it change again? Are you still asleep? He came into the room, made a gentle smile, and said the same line he always did.
정말이지. 제 교육이 어디서부터 잘못되었던 걸까요?
I don't know where I went wrong in educating you.
분명히 이 시간까지 늦잠을 자는 건 안 좋은 버릇이라고 말씀드렸을 텐데요.
I'm sure I told you how it's bad habit to sleep in this late.
언제쯤 제대로 된 어른이 되실런지.
When will you become a proper adult?
그래요. 오늘 정도는 괜찮겠죠.
Right, I guess one day is fine enough.
어제는 피곤한 하루였으니까요.
We had quite a tiring day yesterday.
그리고 저는 당신의 얼굴을 이렇게 내려다보고 있기만 해도 꽤 재미있습니다.
And for me, it's entertaining just to gaze down upon your face like this.
제 시선을 깨닫고 잠에서 깨는 게 언제쯤일지, 그때의 반응은 어떨지 상상만 해도 즐겁네요.
It gives me joy to imagine when you'll wake up from my stare and what your reaction will be. Sitting next to the bed, he continued talking without an audience.
당신을 독점하고 있으려니 시간이 참 더디게 가는군요.
Time does crawl when I have you all to myself.
이상하네요.
It's strange.
저는 분명 셀 수도 없이 많은 날들을 살아왔고 오늘 또한 그저 지나가는 하루에 불과한데
I've existed for countless days and years, and this is also nothing but another passing day.
당신이 태어났던 그 순간부터 지금까지는 모든 것들이 아주 선명하게 떠오르는군요.
However, I remember every little detail from the moment you were born.
그 시간은 아주 빨리 지나갔던 것 같은 느낌이 드는데
I feel like time flew since then. On the bed, laid the girl who could not reply to any of his sentences. The moon continued its cycle even after Amorous was gone, but she did not open her eyes. Oh shit.
제가 이래서 두려워할 수밖에 없었던 겁니다.
Are we dead? This is what I was afraid of.
감정을 컨트롤하지 못하고 나약한 인간을 망가뜨렸을 때 제 저주받은 운명으로 인해 당신이 눈을 뜨지 못하게 될까봐.
I was worried that my cursed fate would lead you to fall in slumber forever after I break a fragile human from failing to control my emotions. The guilt of making her this way dragged him into the pits of hell and back. The endless darkness kept invading, but he held her hand and endured. She wasn't answering no matter how many times he called out her name, but he had to believe that someday she would wake up.
걱정하실 필요 없습니다, 아가씨.
You needn't worry.
언제든 준비가 되면 그때 일어나시면 되죠.
Wake up when you're ready.
저는 영원히 당신의 곁에 있을 테니까요.
I'll be here by your side forever. Charlie left a small kiss on the wrist that was flowing with warm blood unlike his own. It was another night of a beautiful full moon. Damn. Alright, let's see if anything changes. Why am I tied up in a situation like this? I couldn't stay still anymore, so I desperately moved the chair to get closer to Charlie. Charlie? Yep, so she's in a coma. I squirmed and dragged the chair with me, making the chair bang against the ground. And then the chair toppled over to the side, and I fell to the ground. Charlie dropped Phoenix, who was unconscious, and ran over to me.
죄송합니다. 제가
Okay, so the choice did matter with the chair. Ending number 1. Okay, on the day that the true culprit of the serial killer that shook the London was caught, the police were able to come to Amherst thanks to Harvey, who rushed after reading the letter I left. Felix was arrested and soon admitted to all the terrible crimes he had committed, but he never confessed to his motives. Aaron, who had returned to the force after the case was resolved, speculated that it was to keep me out of the investigation. He committed a crime that was irreversible, but it made me feel more complicated, thinking that it was caused by me. It's nice outside. After that day, Harvey left the mansion, saying how he would return to his place since his ability won't be needed anymore. I was sad to see him go, but Charlie was smiling so widely as Harvey left the estate, so I couldn't let Harvey stay.
창문을 너무 오래 열어두고 있는 것 같습니다만.
It seems you're leaving the window open for too long. It's alright, the sunlight's quite nice. I'll open it for a little while longer. Charlie and I spent most of our time inside the mansion, quietly letting some time pass. It was for our rest and recovery, but it was also so that the rumors of us being seen at Amherst would die down. I've checked all the documents here. Do I have to check all the other ones today?
그럼요. 아직도 멀었습니다.
Of course you do, you're far from done. No matter how much I wanted to rest, there was so much work to be done by the Linders to better Laker Street. I had to check if there was anything I could do for the starving children on the streets, if there was anything I could do for the women who were walking the streets at night. The world was full of unresolved issues, but people were still trying to make their best to make ends meet.
그래도 한 답을 마무리했으니 잠깐 쉬죠.
However, I guess you did finish a good batch of work, so let's take a short break.
나른한 오후니 잠도 깰 겸 페퍼민트 차를 준비했습니다.
Since this is quite a relaxing evening, I've prepared some peppermint tea to help you wake up. Great, thank you. I was reminded of the desserts I used to eat every day during our 3 o'clock tea time. Amherst ended up closing. We could not completely cut ties with the Coles. They've had quite a long relationship with the Linders, and his father came to the mansion, went down on his knees, and begged. Because of Felix, no one would purchase desserts from the Coles, but the remaining family members had to find a way to make money. Even if the rest of London were to ignore them, I couldn't neglect the Coles.
조만간 새로운 디저트를 납품해 줄 곳을 찾아봐야겠군요.
We should find a new place to get desserts from soon. Yeah. For a second, I lost control over my fingers, and the cup slipped out of my hand and fell to the ground. The cup shattered with a loud noise, and Charlie just quietly picked up the broken pieces, as if he were used to it. I'm sorry.
신경 쓰지 마세요. 어차피 싸구려 컵이었으니까요.
You don't have to worry about it. It was a cheap cup anyway. I was told that I was asleep and I didn't wake up after a few days, probably from being overdrained by Charlie. I could still remember how relieved Charlie looked when I managed to open my eyes. I've overcome several crises, but I've never seen such an expression from Charlie, so it was quite refreshing. Afterwards, I suffered from some odd after effects, but that was becoming more and more stable.
파편을 버리고 오죠.
I'll go and dispose of the broken pieces. I let out a small sigh while he went away. Even though the case was solved and we expressed our feelings for one another, Charlie still served me as my butler. I occasionally wondered if that night was just a dream, and the only thing that was confirming that it wasn't was the fact that he no longer called me my lady. Why wasn't he trying to get closer to me? That was the question I was asking myself recently. That night, I laid down after getting ready for bed, and Charlie was right there next to me like it was nothing.
이제 잘까요?
When you ask it like that, who the hell in their right minds would say no? Somebody who's insane and crazy. That's what. Shall we go to bed? Like it's nothing. Yes, please. Sure. I carefully moved into his embrace, hugging him with my arms. Charlie chuckled as if he were interacting with a child and hugged me back. Is it? I couldn't stop wondering. I thought our relationship developed into something different. Why isn't Charlie doing anything? The frustration that was building up was about to explode, and I unconsciously tightened my squeeze. Out of context, that sounds really naughty.
아무래도 아가씨가 제 허리를 두 동강 내고 싶으신 모양이군요.
It seems like you want to split my torso in two, my lady. Don't call me that.
제가 또 아가씨라고 불렀나요? 이제까지 매일 그렇게 했더니 아직 습관이 덜 고쳐졌나 보네요.
Ah, did I call you my lady again? I suppose it's just out of habit since I used to call you that every day until now. Charlie! I couldn't take it anymore, so I abruptly got up and shot daggers at him. What is this?
뭐가 말이죠? 앞뒤 주어가 없으니 무슨 말씀이신지 이해를 못하겠습니다만.
That's what we've been saying this entire time, you jackass! What is it? I don't understand due to the lack of context. We don't get you in the lack of context, Charlie. You love me. I shouted it without hesitation. Charlie's eyes widened for a second before he regained his composure and smiled.
네, 그렇죠?
Yes, and? Why aren't you doing anything? Do you even see me as a woman? Fine. I was weak and I was recovering for a while. But now, you're sleeping next to me and you're not even drinking my blood, kissing me, or... I was speaking without thinking, and I quickly stopped myself as I realized where it was going. She dumb and clueless just like he is. Charlie, with a smile across his face, looked up at me.
다른 거요?
Or what? This bitch wants me to spell it out. Fine. Fine. I know exactly what I want. Exactly. She wants your sausage, Charlie. Jeez. He's like, oh, what? I knew he was asking while fully aware of what I meant. I had no intention of explaining. I'm the only heir of the Linders. I won't stoop so low as to answer that.
저를 봐요.
Look at me. I heard Charlie call for me, but I turned my head and laid back down, pretending like I didn't hear him.
단단히 심술이 났나 보네요.
Seems like you're quite grumpy. I'm not being grumpy, I'm just...
알겠습니다. 그러니까 이제 날 봐요.
I understand, so please look this way. Oh my God. Surprised by the change in tone, I turned to him and his face was right in front of mine. His almost transparent clear skin that was showing between his unbuttoned shirt made me inhale sharply.
불과 얼마 전에 일어났던 일도
Woo!
잊어버린 겁니까?
Finally, we're getting something steamy happening, kind of. We're alluding to it. Did you forget what happened recently? What do you mean?
전 당신을 몇 번이나 죽일 뻔했어요. 그런데도 제게 그 이상을 바란다고요?
We're not asking you to drink our blood, honey. A little bit of sex is not going to kill us, okay? Not even a whole lot of it will. I almost killed you multiple times and you want more from me?
아니, 제가 감히 그 이상을 당신에게 바라다니 말도 안 되는 일이죠.
No, it'd be ridiculous for me to want more out of you. I could tell by his serious expression how much anguish he must have went through. We had so much more time to spend together besides the night of the full moon, so we had to think about the future a lot more carefully. However, as I reached that conclusion, I couldn't help but laugh. Exactly, she wants to stabby with his pokey. Exactly. You, Charlie, what are you afraid of? You've been in existence for so long, and you were worried at the thought that you were going to kill me?
그래요.
I have been.
그렇게나 긴 세월을 살아왔기 때문에 아는 겁니다.
And because I've been in existence for so long, I know one thing.
제 목숨보다 소중한 사람 한 명을 잃는 게 얼마나 괴롭고 슬픈 일인지.
How utterly painful it is to lose the one person that I cherish more than my own life.
만에 하나 당신이 제 저주받은 운명으로 인해 죽게 됐을 때 저는 또 얼마나 긴 시간을 홀로 죄책감에 사로잡혀 살아가게 될지.
How long I will have to continue existing in guilt in the horrible case that you die due to my cursed fate. That does seem like an issue. I became sad, feeling like the distant future was trying to avoid thinking about what's suddenly right in front of my eyes.
그래서 당신이 제대로 준비가 될 때까지 그리고 저 자신을 컨트롤할 수 있다고 확신이 들 때까지 기다리려고 했던 겁니다.
I mean, how can you not learn how to control if you don't try it now? Just saying. Letting fear hold you back from not being able to do anything is one thing. But letting fear completely take over your life to the point where you're always afraid to try something is a completely different story. Just go for it. That is why I waited. I wanted to wait until you were properly ready and until I was certain that I could control myself.
당신의 감정에 휘말려서 또다시 그런 일을 겪게 할 수는 없으니까요.
I didn't want you to go through that again, swept up in the immediate emotions. Charlie. What he said made sense. I could understand his point of view, but... Charlie, I want you to focus on the present rather than worry about the future. People are weak and fragile, like you said, but we cannot constantly live in fear of what might happen. Boom. My point made. Our lifespan isn't that long, and today will never come back once it's gone. So I want you to hug me and express how much you love me. Then it'll make me happy right now, and I'll be able to say that I love you back. It seemed as though his anxiety was slightly relieved. Charlie made a gentle smile and continued talking in a loving tone.
그 말도 맞군요.
You make a good point.
제가 너무 오랜 시간을 살다 보니 현재를 사는 법을 잊어버리고 있었나 봅니다.
I guess I forgot how to live in the present while existing for too long. Right?
우리 아가씨는 언제 이렇게 저보다 현명해졌을까요?
When did Our Lady become wiser than me? I told you, don't call me that.
어쩔 수 없는 겁니다.
I can't help it.
당신을 아가씨라고 부르던 시간 또한 지금의 우리 관계를 만드는데 빠질 수 없는 것들이니까요.
Even the time I've spent calling you my lady is an essential part of how we've built the relationship we have now. So quick to act so haughty.
솔직히 말씀드리면 아직은 당신의 피를 마시지 않을 겁니다.
There are other things you can do besides drinking our blood, you half-witted vampire. Jesus. To be honest, I won't be drinking your blood yet.
하지만 그 대신 원하는 만큼 제 마음을 전부 다 보여드리죠.
Ooh, his voice got softer. However, I can express how much you mean to me to the fullest extent.
충분하다고 듣고 싶지 않다고 말해도 이제는 소용없습니다.
There's the words we wanted to hear, Charlie. You can't stop me anymore, even if you say it's enough or you don't want to hear it.
절 이렇게 만든 건 당신이니까요.
You made me this way. Oh, so it's my fault now? We really are getting sexually frustrated here. We really are. The tension is there. It's built and built and built, and you can cut it with Sephiroth's sword. That's how thick it is right now. And it's still building, but nothing's been done yet. No kiss, no gropey gropey, no pokey pokey, no nothing yet. And we're like, just frickin' do it already. Jeez. What are we in high school that we have to tiptoe around this fact?
당연하죠. 그럼 누구 탓이라고 생각하시는 거죠?
Of course, who else would be responsible for
제
it?
품 안에 이렇게나 쉽게 파묻히는 당신을 사랑하게 된 것도, 뱀파이어인 제가 흡혈을 참아야만 하는 것도 다 당신 때문입니다.
It's all your fault that I fell in love with someone who fits right in my embrace and that I have to stop myself from drinking blood.
심장에 피 한 방울 존재하지 않는 제가 당신과 닿을 때마다 미묘한 두근거림을 느끼는 것도,
Even though I have no trace of blood in this heart, I feel a tinge of heartbeat every time I touch you. That's not the only thing.
전부 다 당신이 여기 있기 때문인 겁니다.
All this is because you are here. It almost sounded like complaining, which was a fitting way for Charlie to express his feelings. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I LOL'd. Ha. Then I guess there's no other way. I'll have to take you in and take responsibility.
이미 제 모든 건 당신에게 속해 있었습니다.
Alright, Death, you were right on the button about him. Definitely is a submissive bottom. He's always over here talking about possession and how he's hers only and how he wants to have his way and everything, and saying no is not going to be good enough and whatnot. And now he's over here stating exactly the fact that Death mentioned earlier. There's something else you can feast on. Everything that I am was already under your possession since the beginning. With that last comment, he kissed me, as if he were someone who had been parched for a long time. Now you know that's a damn good kiss. Especially the hungry kisses. He wasn't drinking my blood, but it almost felt like something was being drained from my body. I could also describe it as my soul being swept away by Charlie. However, this is what I wanted.
오늘 밤 당신과 함께 할 수 있어서 영광입니다.
It's been an honor to be in your company this night.
나의 아가씨.
A sweet scent started mixing with the intense heat within the dark. I wrapped my arms around him as I felt the happiness overwhelm me. Aw, that's it? Ah, that's loud. I'm sorry. Hold on. Go. So I'm assuming that's the true ending.
황혼의 유령.
Well, Alright, so we had most of the bad endings. I'm assuming the other endings are with the 2 for Aaron, probably, and 2 for Harvey, most likely. Okay. Yes, I was right. Some nice screenshots, though. Well, we did manage to get my love line first done and out of the way. What'd you guys think? So there's absolutely no love line for Felix whatsoever in this game. And apparently there was a promise for DLC too. This game was released back in December last year. Let's see. December 17th, 2024. And they made another game called Vibrant Frame. I can share screen here. Oh, hold on a second. Exit. That's not it. The other model? This one. There we go. So this is their second Ultima game they made. A Vibrant Frame. So, an Ultima novel adventure that captures a slice of life and sweet romance of youth striving for their dreams without despairing over reality. A story that will capture the most brilliant moments of ours. Every freshman dreams of the perfect college life, buzzing with passion and eager to conquer every challenge, from heart-wrenching love affairs to the shaking off heartbreak with a drink. The journey is filled with ups and downs. But as time passes, reality sets in. Students worry about the future, calculating relationships that might benefit them later. The story is a slice of life for seniors stepping into the real world, holding on to their dreams one last time. So we have Hanju Cha is the main love interest. Then we have Ari Song. We've got Jarum Yoon and Min Song Lee. Lee Hun So and Jung Yeon Bae. Interesting. Recommended for fans of well-structured Ultima games with a strong narrative, those who enjoy youth romance stories, enthusiasts of modern love stories, players looking to experience romance with charming characters, fans of Ultima visual novels, those seeking sweet romantic simulation games for vicarious satisfaction, players interested in exploring multiple endings based on in-game events. Now, there is another game in my wish list that is similar to Phantom of Twilight, but it hasn't come out yet. It is another vampire-related one. It's called Draculesti. And this is a visual novel. And it looks quite good, actually, not gonna lie. Look how detailed that is. Very similar to the game we played, except this one takes more on horror. It's a romantic horror visual novel about Dracula. And it is still TBA. So, about this game, Draculesti is a villain-focused reimagining of the classic novel Dracula that shines on the shadowy figures of Redfield, Dracula's brides, and Dracula himself. Be enthralled by the residents of Castle Dracula and the thrill at a dark narrative with strong LGBTQI+ themes. Okay, so we have a defined protagonist. We take control of Roger M. Renfield, a lawyer on the brink. Will your Redfield collapse into a nervous wreck or hold strong in the face of danger? Will he risk it all for love or save his only kin? So we have Vlad Dracula, the ghost, Caesara or Says Dracula, Jonathan Johnny Harker. So this is an interesting, different take on the Dracula series. I'm very curious to see where this goes, and I hope that it comes out soon. I've had it on my wish list since November last year. I know, I am so waiting for Date Everything too. I heard about that on, what was it? On a Instagram reel that I saw. You guys are not familiar with that. So this is a sandbox dating simulator set in the comfort of your own home, featuring 100 fully voice-acted dateable characters. Let the romance flow between your bed, the smoke alarm, and an overwhelming sense of essential dread. Are you ready to date everything? I forgot. I also need to buy this. Add to my wish list. But yeah. Essentially, this is going to be hilarious. Matt Mercer? Really? Oh my god, I can't wait. Can't wait to get down and dirty with your fireplace. Long for a sweet embrace from your fridge. Jim. Our early bird edition will have incredibly profound effect on gameplay. Playable character wakes up 1 minute earlier each day. All clocks will be set to 8:59 a.m. Cute birdie comes by and whistles songs. This is a good thing, maybe. Date Everything brings an exciting new twist on the dating simulator genre. Your BFA and customer service unfortunately goes to waste as you lose your dream job to AI, but a mysterious stranger sends a gift. Magical glasses called Dateviators, which makes your house come alive and dateable. Each dateable object will open up, have their own stories, and potentially become your lovers, friends, or enemies, with an exhaustive who's who of voice actors keeping you company on your journey. So you have 100 dateable characters, fully voiced with branching narratives, at least 3 endings per dateable character, many puns galore. And you know what? We are so playing this on stream, by the way, guys. Thank you for reminding me, Velveteen. I can purchase it. I'm tempted to pre-purchase it because it comes with the DLC. I'm tempted to pre-purchase because I heard about this and I was like, oh my god, this is every crazy dating simulator person's dream come true. So you can literally date everything and they all have some type of human form, like Beauty and the Beast, for instance. Y'all remember that crazy, horny, devilish candle holder? A Lumiere. That's essentially where this technically comes from. I can imagine the character humping a pillow. Yeah, this is essentially that kind of game. It's going to be freaking hilarious. But yeah, I get my tax money back this month. I'm tempted to pre-purchase this game just for us. All right. So, we finished the Phantom of the Twilight game. I enjoyed it. Pika enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed it too. Our next game, which I have not played yet, is going to be The Walking Dead, the Telltale Definitive Series. Now, I had played one of the Walking Dead games a long, long time ago. I think it was down here for a second. This one here. I played this one on stream before, but I have yet to play any of the other Walking Dead games. And we had a pretty good time playing it. So we are going to be playing the definitive series. And after that, I have a very special surprise game in store that I will be doing on top of the cosplay. Top of the closet, what am I saying? On top with a cosplay of the main character. You sadly had leftover taxes to pay. Oh, yeah, I'm a part-timer, so the government owes me some money back. Yeah, and we also have Repo. I'm going to get a bunch of people together. I've got mods with this game. And we're going to play this little puppy. This game has a lot of potential for clips. Because yeah, it's gonna be good. It is so much fun. Some of the off stream time that I've been doing, I've been playing with a group of people, and we had a lot of fun. We had a blast. It's a really good game. It's very similar to how we played Among Us when Among Us got me into streaming. Repo is kind of like a nice nostalgic touch. Except it's not just us killing each other. We're avoiding little monsters here and there that are roaming while we're trying to collect stuff. And this game runs a lot better on my PC currently than the other one did. Yeah. We'll also get back into some Labyrinthine too. Labyrinthine's nice. I really want to play Reaper. But my graphics card cannot play it. You may have just grabbed a GPU. Let's go. I need to get my GPU upgraded in order to be able to play this game. And Sephiroth is just staring at me longingly in the sunset right there. He's like, come play with me, Crystal. Come play. Join us for the reunion. And I'm like, I want to, but my computer is such a bitch and it's not capable of running this game. Because if you press play, you can't even open the game. It'll just come up with a pop-up that says, you're required to upgrade. And then it closes itself. I'm like, what a way to cockblock me. So once I get the graphics card update, we will do a marathon of Final Fantasy VII Remaster Intergrade, Rebirth, and my beloved Crisis Core. I love them. Crisis Core, is you dive a little bit deeper, just a little bit deeper into the history of Sephiroth before he became the man that we know of against Cloud. And the nice thing about Crisis Core is that Gact, my Japanese rock artist husbando, voice acted one of the characters in the game, and his body was actually a model for one of the characters in the game, which he also did the soundtrack as well as the character in Final Fantasy VII, Dirge of Cerberus, which, unfortunately, of all the Final Fantasies that are on PC, Dirge of Cerberus is still locked onto PlayStation exclusivity. I don't think they will ever port it to the PC, which is sad, because Dirge of Cerberus is actually an underrated game because that takes the perspective of Vincent, one of the other characters, side characters in Final Fantasy VII, and you get to understand more about him, more about the Turks, and more about Shinra and Hojo. It has a lot of history that fills in the gaps for Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, if you want to play it on PC, you have to emulate it. And I do have the physical copy of Dirge of Cerberus proof. It's just I don't have like a capture card or anything to be able to play my PlayStation onto the PC. Because unfortunately, they're fucking expensive in this country. But yeah, we will get to Final Fantasy VII when I get the upgrades. Another thing I want to do is after I finish all my recordings with Death for Baldur's Gate 3, I'm going to do a playthrough voiceover for the original Final Fantasy VII and number 9, as well as number 8. Yeah, number 8. Number 8 remastered. Since apparently the original Final Fantasy VII is region locked. Or number 8, I mean. The remastered is not region locked, but the original is the region locked. It doesn't make any sense. Because my brother tried to gift it to me for my birthday a couple years ago. And he gave me the code, and I put the code in, and it says it's not available in your region. So I had to buy the remastered version. No sense at all.
Because your face hurts.
My face hurts.
As the 8 start very opening.
Oh yeah, because of the slash to the face.
Yeah.
It has one of the best openings. Still a really good opening. Final Fantasy VIII is probably one of my guilty pleasures.
We're one of the lamest characters, I'd like to point out.
True. But the soundtrack is so good. When you open a game and you have Latin spilling out as a part of the soundtrack, you know it's going to be good. You have Sephiroth's theme song. You got Final Fantasy VIII's of, what was it, Phytos, Lutos? I forgot the rest of it. It's been a while since I've spoken Latin, but those something like that. Yeah, it's been a while. So I will do voiceovers of these original Final Fantasy games while I'm playing it for recording, not for stream live, but for recording so I can edit them when I need to. That way I can just cut out all of the level grinding and whatnot, because a lot of the original Final Fantasy games were very grindy when it came to things. I'll do those. Another RPG we'll play eventually is called .hack GU Last Recode. It's not as good as the originals on PlayStation 1, mind you. But this was based off of an anime that I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this. The Sword Art Online copied .hack. Dot Hack is an anime about an MMORPG, and it's got its own world and everything, and its own settings and whatnot. And people mysteriously fall into comas. If you die in the game, you can die in real life, aka fall into a coma and never wake up again. So you have your main character, who's kind of a badass and also an asshole at the same time, has to try to figure out why people are dying in the real world. And at some points in the games, you're unable to log out into the real world. So this is where the idea of Sword Art Online came from. Dot Hack was originally the original idea holder for that. So I know I'm probably going to get hate for that. A lot of people love Sword Art Online. I didn't, because it was just a copycat of this one. Just with more annoying characters who don't seem to understand anything. But Dot Hack series is really good. I recommend watching the anime first before you play the games. I'm hesitant on doing Kingdom Hearts on streams because of the DMCA of the music, especially from Disney. But I'm going to play them all again when Kingdom Hearts 4, the final game, officially comes out. Let's see, we did Liza P, did Life is Strange, did Little Kitty Big City. Monster Hunter, I would need people to play with this because I don't do well with these games solo. It's kind of like Dark Souls. I would need at least a companion to be able to help. I've been playing Paranormasight off stream. This is a very interesting one. This is very detailed. I'm actually happy with the researchers of this game because they actually did their homework. And a lot of their explanations into like the folklores or the urban legends of Japan are pretty well thought out and detailed in this game. So I heavily enjoyed this one. We might do this one on stream in a couple months from now. Probably closer to Halloween, this will be a good one. For another multiplayer one, we got Party Animals we can get back into. The Persona franchise we can also play on stream too. P3P, I have not played P4A yet, but I've played Golden. Golden's pretty good. Let's see. We finished all of the Resident Evils on stream. I will eventually do a Sims 4 playthrough for a few on stream, but I need to remove some of my not stream friendly mods. So I'll have to cut some of the mods off in order to kind of be stream friendly. Yeah, definitely not stream friendly. We'll play Suikoden on stream. Me and Death have a challenge that we want to do together for this game. Particularly the first game. I haven't played the second game yet. I've been playing this one a lot. Vampire Survivors. It's a fun bullet hell game just for like casual play, for like zoning out in the background. I really wanted to play this on stream, but unfortunately this game was released too early and they're never gonna fix it. The subtitles and the audio and the visuals are not synced up whatsoever. It's so badly put together. I had hopes for this. We played the first game. You guys remembered me playing this first game twice already on stream. Basically, it's a Korean horror game where this guy sneaks into school at night, tries to leave a love letter for the girl, and we find her best friend in there that says this school is haunted because they built the school on top of a mass grave site from the Korean War. So we've already played this game, and it was established that it was really well done, very well written and thought out. But then when they released the second game, they completely forgot about everything they did in the first game and just released it as is without fixing anything. The game was completely out of sync. No matter which version of audio, whether you play it in Korean or in English, the subtitles don't sync up with what they're saying, and the words that are coming out of their mouths are not matching the mouth movement, even in its original language. So I was really hoping to play this game, but unfortunately it is extremely unplayable. We did The Witcher already. We did the first Nonary game for the Zero Escape Room. We need to do the second one next. Found 2 endings of the Nonary games. I remember I broke my brain because there was so much math involved that my brain just went poof. It was like leaking out of my ears because of how bad I was at math. So sad when they do that. It sounds like self-sabotage. Yeah, it honestly does. Honestly, when your first game is so good and you fuck it up the second time in the second game that's supposed to be just as good as the first, it's sad. You had all that potential. You had all that money from the first game. And then poof, they hand you complete and utter shit. When I had so much expectations on this, because I love this genre. Horror genre, unfortunately, is a dying breed. There's not that many good horror games out there that are long lasting. But yeah, those are the games that I got currently in queue. I got Borderlands the Whoa. Gotta play that one eventually too. See. Here's one of the games we were talking about the other day. Danganronpa. One of the games is region locked. But I have all the other Danganronpa games. These are, if you guys have ever seen games or movies called like Battle Royale or Hunger Games, this game kind of emulates that sense. It's basically a murder mystery game where you and a bunch of students are kind of teleported from a school into an alternate persona thing going on here. And you have this little black and white teddy bear over here on the upper right hand corner that's basically telling you that if you don't die, or if a student doesn't die within a certain amount of time, everyone will die. So you have to kind of solve the mystery as well as try to stay alive while trying to find the murderer. And the bear comes up with very mysterious, creative ways to kill people. Well, basically, after every set of turns, you hold a trial, and then you have to pick who you think is the murderer and give the evidence as to why. You can choose wrong, and that person will die, and the killer will still be there. So every choice that you make in this game actually matters, and there are multiple different endings in the game. So Danganronpa is a very good series that's has many multiple endings and hundreds of various characters. So you get your stereotypical tropes. You get the foreigner from France. You get the hot-headed, you know, Yakuza-looking guy. You get like the foodie who's chunky and fat. You get the quiet, submissive girl with glasses. You get your stereotypical protagonist who's like, let's do this kind of mentality. So there's a lot going on in these games. They're kind of fun. And the graphics are pretty good. A fun little like visual novel-esque click and point and choices matter type of game. So many cliches? Yep. Many cliches. We still have not finished Dark Souls Mastered. I'm not crying about it. I honestly don't want to ever return to it.
Aw.
You're gonna have to twist my arm and a leg and pin me to the wall like Charlie did with Felix in order for me to play it. You've seen the first one? Well, most of it, yeah. Let's see. Game Mirror, we did that one already. We did Dead Space. Death in the Water, we did. One of my first few games where I have 100% achievement rate. That was a fun one. This, graphically, was better than Subnautica. Demontologist, it's still pending for me. It still has issues when I'm launching the game. So it might be a while before I get back to it. Detroit Become Human, we've tried this twice, and my computer does not like it. It is an old game, but it's still heavy when it comes to graphics. Well, I promise we will get to this when and after we get the graphics card update too. Because this is a really good game. Still have yet to finish it because it keeps crashing every time we get to a certain point in the game. Computer's like bzzz, and then it crashes. It is definitely a graphics heavy game, even for an older game. Because this game came out, what? 2020, so 5 years ago. And it's still heavy. I'm still waiting for the new Digimon game. Once the new Digimon comes out, we will also be playing that on stream too. My heart can't contain how happy I am for the next Digimon game. It looks really good. Disney Dreamlight Valley, I'm still waiting for tech support to get back to me because my game broke and I can't continue forward with one of the stories. The item that was supposed to be given to me in order to continue the story is not in my inventory at all. It's gone. So I can't progress the story to the next part. I'm still waiting on that one. Let's see. I'm still waiting to be able to do Dragon Age 2.
No.
I can't get the launcher to work.
I mean, you really don't need it anymore. Just bypass it.
I'm gonna
Because
need
the
to,
launcher, the servers are down. They don't work.
they don't work. Okay.
No. Which
want-
sucks because you're not going to be import your character. That's about it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, but oh well. I can't import it. It's okay. I can start fresh.
It might still import locally from
Mm.
your save game if you still have it, but
Yeah, I still have it.
yeah, but no, the servers are trash. It
Okay.
sucks.
I want to play that fully too, but it stutters so bad for you. Yeah. Gotta wait for the update. Let's see, the Final Fantasies. I also want to play this too, The Forest. It's similar to 7 Days to Die. It's another survival type based game against zombies at night. Again, we will play Enzoi on stream once I get my graphics card update, because we tried playing this on the minimal settings in the game and it just was not working right for me. Everything was fuzzy as hell. It was as if I took my glasses off and I'm playing the game. It was just so bad, and it kept stuttering and it kept framing, and I was like, you know what? I love the fact that I have this game now, but it is unplayable for me at the moment. Next piece is the RAM. Yep.
And it's still early access, to be fair.
Yeah. I'm still waiting. But I'm just happy to know that I have it now, because I was so looking forward to this game when they first announced it, that they were going to be making something like this. Because the character design segment at the beginning of the game is beautiful. But I kind of wish they provided more body styles and body types. Because it's just your skinny average girl who's like a size 1. And I'm like, what about us curvy girls who actually have boobs and an ass? Represent us too, you know? We exist. And then when I'm really, really bored, I do Plants vs. Zombies. Which I still have that on my phone too.
But yeah, those are the options that we got for now. Probably closer to Halloween, I'll play Alan Wake again. Maybe. Just maybe. This is my to-go-to game. I absolutely love this game, and I wish I could play number 2. But number 2 is still Epic exclusive. And it probably will be for a very long time. They got chunky boys, but not chunky girls? I know. And I'm not asking for, like, obese figures. I'm asking for, like, there's a little bit of curvature in some of us, you know? We would like to be represented just a little bit. You don't want to just like a skinny stick. We need some definition to the body. There are many different body types. But yeah, we'll get there. You don't think you've seen Alan Wake? Yeah, the time I played it, you weren't around when I played it. Oh, good. It's because I'm a big Stephen King fan. And Alan Wake is based off of Stephen King's horror books. You've never been skinny? I was skinny until puberty hit, then I exploded within a year. I went from skinny little Asian with straight black hair, chunky. And it's not because I was overeating or I was lazy. Surprisingly, I was actually a really active child. I used to climb trees. My parents would always yell at me for climbing trees. And then as soon as puberty hit and those hormones got activated, I got chunky. Which is why between the ages of 12 and 15, there are no pictures of me. Because that was when I was at my lowest about my body. I was so self-conscious about my body because that was also the big time where I was also bullied the most in school. I was called pizza face because I had so much bad acne because of all the hormonal changes happening. And I still have those scars to this day around my nose, forehead from all the blackheads that I had. But for those 3 to 4 years, up until I was 16, there were no photos of me in or around the house. I even told my parents if they wanted to take pictures, don't take pictures of me. The other girls in your class were sticks. I hit puberty roughly early than most of my classmates. So I developed a lot earlier. My boobs developed probably 98% more developed than the girls in my class. I hit puberty first. I hit it early. I hit the growth spurt early too. I was a size 8 in shoes when I was 11 years old. Then when I hit 14, I went from size 8 to size 11. And now as an adult, I am between size 11 and 13 in women's, which, if you guys know anything about women's shoes, they only really up to make it to size 11 or 12. They don't make 13s. So I have to switch over and wear men's shoes. That's why you don't see me wearing sandals or like cute little shoes with heels or stilettos or anything like that because they don't make them my size. You were the first girl with the need of bras and shaving. So was I. When I was at the pool in my backyard, an ex-best friend of mine was making fun of me behind my back about the hair on my legs. And so on that day, I was like, what, 13? I was shaving my legs since then. Yeah. Internalized misogyny is also in women, prevalent in women to make judgments like that these days. Started puberty at 10. I had my first period at 9. Disappeared for 2 years. Period started at age 11. Puberty was between 9 and 11. I was jump roping at a jump roping convention at a because I was involved in one of the jump roping challenges back when I was in school in California when it happened. So yeah, people telling me I'm fat because I'm lazy. Just look up my medical history and it'll prove you wrong. I'm not fat because I'm lazy or that I'm, sitting all the time. I'm fat because of my hormones and genetics. And there's only so much weight you can lose before you have to go into surgery options. So I've been fine and content with my body after finding out that most of it was just regulated through my hormones and through genetics. There's nothing you can really change on a genetic level like that. There's only so much you can do. So for people body shaming me, I could care less what they say because they've never been in my body. If I wasn't as chunky as I am now, I would have never survived getting hit by that bus, by the way. Because my flubby ass was the only thing that literally saved me from getting crushed to death by that bus. I bounced when that bus hit me. I bounced like I was Kirby. And it was the only thing that saved me. The worst of my injuries that I got was a couple of bruises, a torn hamstring, and a minor tear in my calf. 4 weeks in a cast, I was better. Took me a whole month to recover that injury. And this happened about 7 years ago now. So if it wasn't for my chunky butt, I would not have survived that. So I'm very thankful and proud of the body that I have, and nobody can tell me otherwise. You can go to the kids section and grab shoes if the front is wide enough. Yeah, I usually have to go to 11 wide or 12s for women's. Sometimes, depending on the brand, I have to go up to 13 if it's not wide enough. That's why most of my sneakers and my tennis shoes, they're all men's sizes. Because they don't make women's sizes in sneakers that big. When I go shoe shopping, I go directly to the men's section first. I miss, what was the name of that store called? It's been so long I've forgotten. Oh, Payless. Payless shoes. That went out of business since I've been here in Korea. I didn't know about it until I saw it in the news. That's where I used to go to for my shoes because places like Walmart didn't have my size. Places like Target never carried my size. And this was before those dress shoe, like warehouse stores were becoming popular. So the only stores that I could go to for shoes was actually Payless. Kohl's never had my size. Nobody really carried it. Your feet are female size US 7. I wear guys trainers because they're wider and you need wider shoes because of the fluid retention. Yeah. My US shoe size in men's is a 10.5. Because I need the wideness. I got wide feet. I'm a hobbit.
No, if you were a hobbit, you'd have hairy feet.
There's some hair. I usually just shave it off. Keep them nice and smooth.
No, you would be having head hair down there. It's
Yeah, I don't want that. No body shaming on hair or anything, but I would not want extremely hairy feet like that.
hobbits.
I would be
Hobbits are
sweaty.
quite hairy.
Yeah, I would be frustrated because I'd be sweaty all the time.
Well, I guess that's the reason why they run around barefoot all the time, right?
Yep, to kind of keep it cool. Yep. Oh. Let's do a reverse Google search on this number real quickly. I think I'm going to say this is a spam caller for the voting thing. Yeah, it's a Seoul number. Okay. Let's see. Yep, I was right. It's a political office phone call. At 9 in the
But
morning.
you can't vote.
I can't vote. I don't have rights. And my phone is unregistered. So you know somebody sold my phone number. Either the bank or the school did. Yeah, I just reversed the number in order to figure out where it came from. And it's a telemarketer from the political office. I can't even vote anyways because I'm a secondary citizen, even though I'm married to a Korean. I'm low on the socioeconomic scale. I mean nothing. And being a teacher on top of that, I'm even lower on the scale. I'm lower than the fleas on a tick. But I could care less what society thinks. Anyways, again, I will be off the rest of the week this week. I will return next week for stream. My Monday, y'all Sunday. I will be turning home on Friday evening this week. And I have a birthday party to attend to on Saturday afternoon into the evening hours. I'll be back my Sunday in the VC to hang out. Basically, I'm just kind of going to a hotel away from home and just kind of chilling. I'm going to be just kind of walking around the area, just gentle strolls, but most of it, I'm just going to be catching up on my sleep as much as I can. And to get rid of whatever this respiratory thing is in me. So I'm not going to be talking much. I'll be in and around Discord to message like always. I'm not going to disappear from the internet. But it's mostly just me getting away from this apartment for a little bit and kind of taking a breather outside of the city. Because I need to do this once every few months or so. So I'm not going stir crazy and going cabin fever crazy. But this is just kind of like a little mental R&R for me to try to get better. Try to figure out what I want to do. What's my plans going forward from now. And basically just trying to figure things out. That's essentially what this is. It's just more of a mental break, taking things slow, and trying to figure out where to go from here. So it's not a big deal. These past few months, I've had a lot of heavy-hitting news hit me, particularly about my health, female health-wise anyways. And now I'm learning how to manage my pain because now I know the source of my pains. And from there, I'm hoping I can live a little bit better without being in pain every day. So hopefully I can get the right medicines I need for that. So I can actually wake up one morning and not actually any type of pain coming from inside me. But thankfully, the news is that they're not malignant. They're there, but they're not malignant yet. That's the thing about polyps and tumors and things of that nature. They may not be malignant now, but they can cause serious issues later in the future if they're not properly managed. I planned another doctor's consultation next year for another checkup to make sure that it has not changed in size and it hasn't moved anywhere. If it does, I'm at risk for needing to do a whole hysterectomy, getting everything removed, and potentially including my right breast. So it's going to be a tough few years, but hopefully if I can manage it, since we caught everything early, and manage everything, and we should be okay. I should be okay. So I'm kind of glad I went with my instinct and told the doctors that I definitely need a thorough checkup. And I'm kind of glad, because had I not been persistent about my own health, they would have just completely gone on without even noticing it. So stand up for your health and make sure that you voice out, actively be vocal about your health in any conditions or any concerns you might have. Because you may never know, they could overlook something. And they're just like, oh, just chalk it up to, female hysteria. It's just all in your head. Oh, it's just a little pain. It'll go away. Don't listen to those. Manage your pain, but also be more vocal about what you need from the doctors. Because, yeah, it's super important. What other updates? Oh, yeah. The tablet that I got is working very beautifully. Sucks I can't use Microsoft Word. Fuck you, Microsoft, for that. But I did find a temporary alternative solution to be able to write. So during this time, this week, during my vacation, I will get back into writing. I can just casually lounge around in bed and do that anyways. That's the whole point of this freaking iPad and this tablet. But it'll be nice to get back into writing. The audiobooks are temporarily on hold until my voice gets better. Then I will go back to continue going through all of that. I know I said I would have published it by now, but I have been sick on and off these past few months, especially particularly affecting my throat. So I've been having to take some time off. I might need to go back and to do some vocal lessons again in order to continue it. But yeah, I promise the audiobooks are on its way. It's just taking a little bit longer than usual. I think after I finish this audiobook and I publish it through Audible, I'm going to cut my ties with Amazon. And I'm no longer going to work publishing with Amazon because they broke my contract and changed everything. Now my profit margin is much smaller than it was before. I'm only getting less than 30% profit margin because they changed everything. So I'm not making any money off of it. Granted, when I published the book, my focus was not on money making, but I did require that money to kind of be necessary in order for me to be able to sustain a living here, especially since I was out of a job when I published it. But now, because Amazon got greedy, they fucked everything up for us published authors, especially independent authors. So this month, there is an international book fair happening in Seoul. I am going to go there and try to network to see what or how the publication industry here is, and to see if I can manage a way to talk to somebody to see if I can start publishing with their company or their organization. Because I don't think staying with Amazon is feasible anymore, especially since they can just willy-nilly break your contract and change the terms and conditions and services of it against the author's wishes, by the way. So I'm taking my lawyer's advice to heart. I'm going to revoke my copyright from Amazon. I'm going to buy it back from them and have the rights to my book. That is the best I can do. So for anybody who wants to purchase my book, do it between now until the end of the year. Whether that is the ebook or the physical copy of paperback or hardcover. Because once I revoke my copyright from them, it's no longer going to be available. It sucks, but I need to find a better solution at protecting my work and making a slightly better profit margin than 30%. because that's just shit. And they keep changing the pricing of the books without my consent too. I had the original paperback at $8.50 and I had the hardcover at $11.50. Now they changed it to where the paperback I think is at $15 and the hardcover is closer to $30. And I wanted it to be affordable since it was my first book being published. Because it's not perfect. Hell, I fucked up on the word spelling of passion on the back end of the book. It's not worth $30. I'm big enough of a person to say that. But I don't know why they keep doing the things they do without the consent of the authors. It was not written in my contract to do that. So, I'm pretty pissed. So, fuck you, Microsoft, and fuck you, Amazon, for being greedy and selfish. Because this was not how I wanted to handle it. But anyways, enough doom and gloom. We're going to wrap up here. You think you paid £12 for your book? Yeah. So, apologies for not being able to provide the book as long as I thought I was going to, but I will keep it up for as long as I can on the market with Amazon until I decide to revoke their rights to it. But yeah, roughly you'll have until the end of the year to purchase it if you wish to. If not, no hard feelings. It's not going to hurt me if you don't want it or don't want to read it or don't want to buy it. It's not going to hurt me. It's not meant for everyone and it's fine. But I will be doing some changes with that and hopefully trying to republish it with a different organization that's better suited for me and for my needs. Because Amazon just ain't it anymore. Hey, Leah, you plan on getting it? Take your time. Get to the end of the year. Yeah, do what you will with it, guys. We'll have a discussion at some point, maybe next year, about the book in case anybody has any questions about it. Because I don't want there to be spoilers for people who are still in the process of reading the book. But we'll have a podcast for that. And maybe we'll do some read-alongs. Maybe I can start reading it on stream for you guys if I can't get the audiobook for it pushed through. I'll ask my lawyer and see what the ramifications are for providing it on stream, because I might have to get permissions for my own copyright in order to be able to do that. I don't know. You can, in fact, copyright yourself, guys. It is possible because of how convoluted the copyright laws are. You can accidentally copyright yourself and break copyright law against yourself, I should say. So that is possible. And there are loopholes. So I'm going to gently pop the question over to him and ask if maybe I can do read-alongs on stream. Would that break my contract? Not like Amazon already broke it to begin with, but would it necessarily harm my copyright protections if I did it that way? But I mean, it is my book. I own it. I own partial rights to it. Amazon's got partial. I've got partial. So it's possible. But I will figure it out once I hear back from my lawyer. He's on vacation right now, so I probably won't hear from him until July, I think. But yeah, I will keep you guys up to date on that. Again, if anything happens, I post all my updates into Discord, so please keep an eye out for any important updates that I post. It's there for a reason. Again, no streams this week. I will be gone. We will return on my Monday, y'all Sunday next week to start up a new game. Now, I don't quite sure if I'm in the mood for The Walking Dead. I might save that until closer to Halloween, but we'll see. I'll put that in my thought process for the week and see what we got. Maybe I'll do the cosplay earlier. We'll see. Who knows? Again, well, speaking of cosplay, let me fix that number up there. Up here. We're at 228 now. We're getting closer to the 300, guys. And I'll be able to do that extra salty, spicy thirst traps I owe you guys with that cosplay in particular. I'm going to need some red lighting, which thankfully, because these are RGB lights, I do have mood lighting for this now. See if I can actually get it to work. If I can maybe provide the at an angle and a little bit higher, I think I can get the dark red to work instead of making it look like pink. Let's see. Yeah, because right now it's slightly orange. That's because my monitor is showing green color.
It's envious.
It is. Oh wow, I'm more green now. It's interesting that my webcam isn't picking up the red, but it's turning it green. Well, hopefully on my phone camera or my DSLR, it won't be so green. Yeah, thankfully with these lights, I'll be able to do some decent photographs with the colors. So, at least I got that going for me. But yeah, we will wrap up here. I'm going to start saving my voice. The color setting on the camera, yeah. I can fix that easily. But my webcam, it's a cheap piece of thing. It's only like $10. So it's not going to be able to fully capture all the colors that I want it to. Plus the lighting above it, there's no light above it, so it's not absorbing all the colors it should. It's sitting on a ring light. So, in the dark, underneath the desk. I'm going to wrap up here for now. Start saving up my voice. I'll see you guys after my holidays. Be little good girls and boys. Don't go all crazy while I'm gone. Off stream, alright? I might do a live stream. I've never done it on the phone before. For YouTube. So, I'll let y'all know. I missed the stream, but I'll go back and watch it. Take your time. That's what the VODs are for. You guys can watch it and peruse it at your own leisure. No rush. They're all there for y'all to watch whenever you want. But yeah, like I said before, no streams this week. Don't expect one. But I might do a live stream depending on how well the Wi-Fi is wherever I'm gonna be. Kind of sort of be up in the mountain-y area. So I may not have good quality connection, but I will do my best. I will attempt to do a practice stream, a test stream, if you will, to see how well it'll work. And then maybe we can just do a just chatting stream there while I'm out and about. I'm just a little bit iffy about doing live streams outside because of the whole Johnny Somali thing right now with nuisance streamers being a thing and everybody just kind of putting all content creators under the same umbrella as they have a tendency to do here in Korea. So I don't want to accidentally trigger Koreans if they see me live streaming outside, if that makes any sense. Since I am an American and of American stature, they might see me as the same as Johnny Somali and put me under the nuisance category. So I'm gonna keep it simple and keep it private and try not to do anything too overtly public in public for streaming wise anyways. If I'm gonna do anything like a mukbang, I will ask permission from the restaurant owner first before we sit down and do something like that. As permission is very key important for some of the owners. So many places have closed their doors for streamers just because of a few bad eggs. Yep. And unfortunately, since Johnny Somali is the biggest one right now in history for Korea, because he's testing our new laws that we've implemented for deepfake and whatnot, it's a pretty big one that most people are not going to forget about. So it's a pretty heavily influential one that will not go away. So unfortunately, because of one bad egg, they have labeled all content creators and streamers and live streamers as nuisances, which is not true. But that's just how they perceive everyone now because of one unfortunate, influential bad egg. But, oh yeah, I will still be going to his trial, by the way, set up in August. It is a late one. It actually starts at 4 p.m. and it might end around 8 or 9 p.m. because there are actually going to be witnesses going up to the stand. So there'll be some cross-examination and whatnot as well. So it's going to be a pretty long one. It's not going to be a short one like it was the last one. But I'm going to meet up with a bunch of people. We're going to talk about the case and maybe make predictions as to what will happen. And I will be inside the courtroom, but because of the rules, we're not allowed to have our phones in there. We're not allowed to stream anything live from there because they refuse TVs or sorts of entertainment in the courtrooms here. So I'll have to be there. I can post like comments and stuff or updates on my phone or on my tablet, but I won't be able to stream anything or whatnot. I have to follow the rules of the court. So you guys will probably hear the update either the next morning or a couple of hours after, because that's going to be a pretty late night. It's on a Wednesday night. Or Thursday night, I mean. No, wait. Sorry. It's on a Wednesday night. And I don't work Thursdays. I work Tuesdays and Fridays. So I'll be able to stay up late and answer anybody's questions about any updates. You guys will have live updates from me, probably from Legal Mindset and his team, as well as a couple of other people as well, because I'll be with them. Now, Legal Mindset hasn't said whether he's going to physically be there or not for this one. He has other representatives that go for him. So I may not be able to meet him, or I might be able to. I don't know. He said he's going to keep everybody in suspense because he doesn't want to be there and have Somali's fans, you know, kind of go after him or whatnot. I don't really have a reputation here, and I'm not known in Korea at all, so I don't really care whether people know me there or not. I'm just there to watch his whole world fall apart with his lover Hank. And Hank's in trouble too, not just Somali. Hank's been threatened to be cut off by his parents, and because Hank is of age, he hasn't done his military requirement yet for the country. Because again, all able-bodied men in Korea have to go through military conscription for at least 2 years. He hasn't done his yet, and he's of that age bracket where he's supposed to go. So, he's in trouble. Because if you try to dodge your conscription here, that's a very heavily serious offense in Korea. Many Korean K-pop idols also attempt to do this too, but they end up going to jail and then having to serve that jail time on top of having to go to the military for slightly longer now. Unfortunately, one of my favorite Korean actors, Ravi, did something similar to that, where he lied about having a mental illness just to be able to skip the conscription, and they found out that he lied. So not only now is he serving jail time, he still also has to go to the mandatory conscription for slightly longer now because he tried to dodge it. So Hank's in trouble. Especially since his parents are still angry that he's supporting Somali. But yeah, enough about that. I will update more information when I get that, when I'm at the courtroom. So be on the lookout for my Discord updates. You guys will probably see flashes of stuff coming as we're translating everything. Because the whole thing is mostly in Korean. Okay? Me, Legal Mindset, and a couple of other people are going to be there to work on translations for updates. So after that, we're all going to get together, compile all the information that we have, and then submit updates wherever we need to, whether it's on Twitter or YouTube or wherever have you. So it's gonna be a fun time, and I am so excited to be a part of that. Yeah, look out for that, guys, because I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna watch his downfall. Again, this isn't like a big court case. It's just witness testimony for the deepfake charges. Because most of his charges, he's pleaded guilty to most of them. He's pled not guilty to the deepfake charges. So he fucked up. And his lawyer was like, "You fucked up, dude." But he's gonna try to fight the deepfakes. I don't think he can. Oh yeah, this is good. This will be interesting. Since I can't go to the P. Diddy trial, the next best thing I can do is go to his trial. But yeah, we'll talk more about court updates and whatnot when I come back. And our opinions on what's been happening lately, especially about the P. Diddy case, because all the information that's been coming out of there has been crazy after crazy after crazy after crazy. And we need a moment to breathe in, jot some notes down about the highlights of what's been happening so far, and figure out how much trouble P. Diddy really is in. Because we're not even at the tip of the iceberg yet, guys. There's so much more new information that keeps coming out from that court case. I know he is gold. He just doesn't know how bad he's got it. He will be serving time. It's just a matter of now how much it will be. So in Korea, they don't have consecutive time spent. They kind of allocate all the numbers together and pull out one number from all of it in the hat. Everybody, like Asmongold and everybody's like, oh, he'll serve 36 years in prison. That's not necessarily how it works because they don't add up. They usually take the average between whatever charges he has. They'll take the upper median, make him serve that, and then that's it. Very few, if ever, criminals in this country serve the full maximum extent.
Also, if it's multiple of the same charge, he only gets half of the sentence added for
Exactly.
each controlled substantial charge, not the full sentence.
It's the conservatism in this country also unfortunately dives into the criminal justice system as well. They don't.
In reality, he's only got about 18 years, maybe.
Maybe, not even that, maybe 9-10 years at most with parole. But they're never going to handle heavy maximum sentences to people. They never do. The potential is there, but they never do. Because the conservatism in this country, they're like, oh, he probably learned his lesson in prison. He'll probably learn it eventually. He'll just be there for manual labor for a couple of years, slap a sticker on him, and he'll be good to go back into society. That's the unfortunate downside. So when people are like, oh my God, he might serve 36 years, I'm like, unless you've lived in this country and have gone through the court system itself, you just don't understand how much criminals get away in this country with just a slap on the wrist. You thought the American justice system was fucked up. The court systems here in Korea are like, oh, bad, you're naughty, get a few years, you good to go. You can go back out in society and do whatever you want again. So as exciting and interesting it is to see how optimistic people are about the potential 36 years for him to serve in this country, he's never going to serve the maximum. This is just exaggeration for the media to hold on to. That is all it is. He is never going to serve the maximum. And I would love it if the courts could prove me wrong. But the reality of it in this country, in South Korea, court systems are very lax when it comes to verdicts and the charges and the amount of time spent in prison. Murderers have gotten away with a lot less. Sex offenders have gotten away with way more less. Even the abhorrent ones. The one that broke a girl so badly she was physically handicapped from the incident. He only got 15 years. He's out. And he moved next door to the victims' families. You see what I mean by how conservative this country is? They're like, oh yeah, we'll just put a little bracelet on him. That's it. So yeah, don't get your hopes up for thinking that Johnny Somali will end up getting 30 plus years or even 20 years. The most he'll get, from my gut feeling, from how I've observed the courts in this country, he's only going to serve maybe 8.5 years, maybe 2-year probation, a couple million won in fees and charges, and then he will be put on the no-flight list and banned from this country forever. That's his worst. That's about as worst as he'll get it. So as optimistic as we would love to have him serve all of that time, he's not going to. That's just the reality of it. All the hype of him getting those 38 years is just hype. That's all it is. It's just smoke and ladders. He's never going to be able to serve all that time. So we wish it would, but it's not going to happen. But anyways, I digress. You guys have a good night. Sweet dreams. I will see you all whenever. I will. That's the whole point of this vacation, is to take care of myself. You guys have a good night. Sweet dreams. I'll see you all next week for stream. But for some of y'all, I'll see you sooner in the Discord. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Thanks for watching. And as always, please do like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you all next time. Mwah. Love you all. Stay safe and be good little girls and boys. Don't do anything naughty and don't do anything I wouldn't do.